transport and packaged food. Expansion of agriculture. Agriculture plays a key role in global and local sustainable development. The way we produce and consume food contributes greatly to climate change. At least 1/3 of total global greenhouse emissions from human activities can be attributed to the way we produce, process, transport, and package food. Expansion of agricultural commodities is the largest driver of deforestation worldwide, and food systems remain a key contributor to global nature loss with profound implications for people. Food systems are key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. A substantial funding is essential for transforming food systems to achieve climate mitigation. The prime mission of ADFIAP is to advance sustainable development by strengthening the development finance function in institutions, enhancing capacity of members and its human resources, and advocating development finance innovations across the Asia-Pacific. Cambodian agriculture is in the midst of a rapid transformation. This was driven by the use of new technologies and quality fertilizers, expanded irrigation, and better access to mechanized services and markets. Cambodia has been at the forefront of adopting the latest agricultural technologies in areas such as water management, drip irrigation, sprinkler systems, and water sensors. Precision agriculture systems, including GPS, remote sensing, and drones, have been embraced by farmers to collect key data on soil conditions, crop health, and pest infestation. The widespread use of smartphones has also allowed farmers to access agricultural information through various mobile applications. However, the productivity of most small farms remain low. Although these farms increase their income, it was achieved through higher rice prices and from wages earned outside of their own farms. Since 2013, Cambodia's rice production has flattened. This was due to the deceleration in land expansion, bad weather, falling global rice prices, and the tightening of competition among rice producers. The 47th ADFIAP annual meetings in 2024 emphasize on the theme of DFI's role in sustainable finance ecosystem. Cultivating a climate-smart and sustainable future is designed to facilitate an insightful, engaging, focused, and timely exchange of ideas, strategies, experiences, and practices in development finance, and will focus on food systems and agriculture, which are both major sources and victims of climate change. The meeting aims to highlight the intersection of agriculture, technology, climate-smart practices, and sustainable development. The theme encompasses the following key aspects of redefining agriculture, climate-smart practices, technology-enabled solutions or agri-fintech, sustainable development goals, partnership and collaboration in policy and investment frameworks. The theme aims to inspire dialogue, collaboration, and action among stakeholders to unlock the potential of agriculture, technology, and sustainable practices in building a climate-smart future and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The agenda also includes special interest sessions on Cambodia's rice sector development in serving the food security. The royal government of Cambodia is committed to combating climate change and accelerating the transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient sustainable economy. The Cambodian Climate Financing Facility Program has been approved by Green Climate Fund in March 2024 to address cross-cutting goals include accelerating implementation of the country's nationally determined commitment, scaling up climate finance, and lowering greenhouse gas emissions while boosting climate resilience. The Cambodia Climate Financing Facility Program consists of the $100 million lending facility. The CCFF will be capitalized with concessional funding from the Green Climate Fund, as well as co-financing from the Ministry of Economy and Finance and other co-financers. It will be administered by the Agricultural and Rural Development Bank, with Mekong Strategic Capital providing independent investment advisory support as the co-executing entity for the CCFF. This program provides long-term, blended climate finance to local financial institutions and private sector actors to address financial knowledge, capacity, and technology gaps hindering the uptake of targeted climate projects in Cambodia. The 47th ADFIAP annual meetings on the theme of DFI's role in sustainable finance ecosystem, cultivating a climate-smart and sustainable future, share best practices, innovations, and solutions for enhancing the resilience and sustainability of food production and consumption. These meetings focus on the role of technology and innovation in enhancing agricultural productivity, improving food security, and promoting rural development, which are aligned national food systems and agricultural policies with climate action plans to unlock the potential of agriculture, technology, and sustainable practices in building a climate-smart future and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This video is a collaborative production between ARDB and the ADFIAP Secretariat. Agriculture plays a key role in global and local sustainable development. The way we produce and consume food contributes greatly to climate change. At least 1/3 of total global greenhouse emissions from human activities can be attributed to the way we produce, process, transport, and package food. Expansion of agricultural commodities is the largest driver of deforestation worldwide, and food systems remain a key contributor to global nature loss with profound implications for people. Food systems are key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. A substantial funding is essential for transforming food systems to achieve climate mitigation. The prime mission of ADFIAP is to advance sustainable development by strengthening the development finance function in institutions, enhancing capacity of members, and its human resources
and Rural Development Bank and ADFIAP First Vice Chairman to the stage. And the rest, may I leave this privilege and this honor into the hands of the moderator to invite all the panelists for this topic. Please be informed that this session, we have a time limit to only 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Thank you for giving me the floor for a panel discussion on redefining agriculture for climate smart and sustainable futures. First, I would like to invite Ms. Maria Celeste Bugos, Executive Vice President of Land Bank of Philippines. Please come to the stage. Second, I would like to invite Dr. Prasum Kumadas, Secretary General of the APROCA. Please come to the stage, sir. Third, I would like to invite Mr. George Thaitim Tulas, Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Credit Corporation. Please come to the stage, sir. Fourth, and the last, please, Mr. Adama Mariko, Deputy Director Mobilization, Partnership and Communication, Finance and Common Secretary General, Agence Française de Développement. Please come to the stage, Adamas. Now, I think we have a time limit to 45 minutes only, so I don't want to take more time on this. I will proceed directly. Our distinguished guests, delegates, it's true that the agriculture sector has contributed in part to the escalation of the climate change, but the sector also has been severely affected by the climate change. Agriculture sector contributes to more than 30% of the global greenhouse gas emission, and this sector is also facing the challenge in increasing productivity as well as resilient to climate change, especially due to the global population growth, dietary change, other factors. The agricultural sector will need to produce at least 50% more by 2050 to respond to the timely manners. However, the sector remains highly vulnerable to the climate change. That's why the effect of climate change on agriculture sector not only threaten to the resilience of agriculture and global food securities, but also put millions of people, especially the most vulnerable, at risk. Today, the panel discussion will focus on the role of technology, innovation in enhancing agricultural productivities, improving food securities, promoting rural developments. This includes this discussion on precision farming, smart irrigation, agricultural robotics, data-driven decision-making. The discussion is to provide the platform for stakeholders to discuss more innovative approaches, technology, policy that can transform agriculture into more climate-smart and sustainable sector. It will address key issues such as climate change, adaptation and mitigations, sustainable land and water management, biodiversity conservation, and the promotion of resilient diversified farming system. In general, we will explore the role of DFI in driving sustainable finance in agriculture for the climate-smart and sustainable futures. Today, we also have a great honor to have our experienced speaker from various institutions to share their perspective on redefining agriculture for the climate-smart and sustainable futures. First, I would like to invite Ms. Maria Celeste Ayabugus, Executive Vice President of the Land Bank of the Philippines, to introduce yourself and make the presentation, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I am Maria Celeste Burgos. I'm the head of Land Bank's National Development Lending Sector. And as head, I am in charge of the overall governance of the bank's lending operations. So to the esteemed members of the ADFIAP, colleagues in the industry, and other honored guests, good afternoon. So on behalf of the President and CEO of Land Bank of the Philippines, Lynette Ortiz, I am pleased to join you in this annual gathering and contribute to the exchange of ideas towards building a sustainable future. Okay, for those who may not be familiar with Land Bank, we're the largest development financial institution in the Philippines, and we're also the biggest lender to the local agriculture sector and value chain. So in fulfillment of its social mandate of promoting countryside development, Land Bank posted a total of $12.5 billion in outstanding loans directed to agriculture, fisheries, and rural development projects as of December 31, 2023. And these $12.5 billion represents almost 58% of Land Bank's total regular loan portfolio of $22 billion. And more than twice the 25% requirement for local banks to require or to allocate 25% of its total loan portfolio to agriculture, fisheries, and rural development projects. And out of this $12.5 billion, $1.7 billion is for sustainable projects to combat climate change. So Land Bank has developed its sustainable finance roadmap, which includes climate and green financing as a major program. So through the years, the bank has been implementing vigorously its relevant lending programs dedicated to green and impactful agriculture and social financing projects. So we at Land Bank are in full support of advancing the local agriculture sector through 5 key strategies to promote a climate-smart agriculture. So we develop lending programs on sustainable finance and climate-smart agriculture. So we have here the several lending programs that are dedicated to support the development of a climate-smart and sustainable future for agriculture. So Land Bank also adopts the value chain concept. So we finance all of the players under the agri-value chain. And this also includes the loans to the local government units and the GOCCs in support of each component of the agriculture value chain, such as farm-to-market roads and other infrastructure development. So our total loans for the agri-value chain is at $370 million. So the third strategy involves our strategic collaborations to make climate financing more accessible in the Philippines, and one of which is our partnership with the Green Climate Fund. And as the first Philippines direct access entity of the fund, we have successfully launched and currently implementing the first GSCF finance project in the country aimed at enabling communities to take better preemptive measures against natural calamities. And as stewards of development finance, we also play a key role in collaborating with the various players in the agriculture sector. So we have partnership with the Department of Agriculture. So they provide us funds which we can lend to the small farmers and other enterprises at a very concessional rate, interest rate of 2% per annum. So in this slide are the various lending programs for agriculture of the Land Bank. So this is in response to the need of the different business sectors. So we ensure that the agriculture sector receives our continued support to deliver and promote economic growth in the countryside. So our total agri-loan portfolio is at $4.7 billion as of December 2023. And we have assisted a number of 3.7 million farmers. So that is more than our commitment of 3 million to the national government. And our outstanding loans to the small fishers and farmers is at $744 million. So our last strategy is implementing digital transformation. So this aims to achieve a seamless and efficient digital transformation of the lending process for agri-lending, enhancing accessibility and reducing processing time and ensuring a user-friendly experience. So as development financial institutions, we are in a prime position to pour much-needed investments in agriculture. So let us leverage our resources, expertise, and networks to drive meaningful impact, not just for today, but for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Prasums. Please introduce yourself as well and make the presentation. Only 5 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. I could see bright faces here. I have a small presentation, but I might be skipping some of them. I don't know. Oh, this one. Yeah. So these are the agenda. Most of them are for the academic purpose. You can use it later on. But I will be definitely going to some of the very interesting part of it, that why we need it. This is very important for us to demystify this. Why we need a climate-smart activities, whether it is agriculture or the value chain actors. So first one is that it can reduce, everybody in this room, they know that it can reduce the GHG emission while increasing the incomes. So that is a challenge to both the development financial institutions as well as the commercial banking system and the multilaterals, those who are supporting this. Climate Smart Initiative needs a little bit of out-of-box thinking in terms of changing the current practices and change it to the adaptation of the climate smart technologies. Financing climate smart activities is a bigger challenge to the developing countries like ours, not so in the developed countries, but we need to accept that challenge and deploy the public finance judiciously, which is most important, that we do have public finance, but the usage of public finance more efficiently and judiciously will be the big question. Then create enabling ecosystem, which all of us know, without that we cannot survive, and develop a digitally powered value chain financing system. Go to the next, please. So it says that we have a climate smart agriculture, which has basically, I tried to put it in three major boxes. The indicators. One is the yield, income, and food security. We do not call it food security anymore, food and nutrition security rather. Then we have the second box is on the biodiversity, soil resources, which are mostly the nature-based. And finally, it will result into GHG emission less, and emission intensity will be reduced. Carbon stocks can also be marketed from the smallholder and reduce the fossil fuel consumption. I think some of our previous colleagues also has given this. Now coming to the entry points where the climate smart technologies will be very important. This is a figure which has been developed by FAO long back, but we need to revisit these and say what are the agronomic research we are doing, whether it is only for the scientific purpose or we are doing it for the practical purposes. Land leveling is one of the major issues in most of the countries in this part of the world, where most of our water is not being judiciously or efficiently used because the lands are not leveled. Climate resilient seeds, breeds, and species, which is more of the cropping system. And then direct seeding in case of rice has given a lot of reduction in the GHG emission, which has already been scientific evidences are there. Then banking and risk management. We talk about the ESG, environment, social governance, but most of the banks, we do not have how to monetize the ESG and how to put it in the risk system, which is very important to incorporate in our risk management system. I'm not going into the detail of it. Then coming to some of the experiences of CSA in Asia. We have seen some food production, resilience, and reduced emission. These are the three major indicators, as I have already shown in the box. So in case of SRI, in Vietnam, we have seen the increased productivity 10 to 25%, whereas it has resilience of reduced water consumption and also the reduced emission. All these are scientific evidences are available. Indonesia and Timor-Leste, we have found the increased productivity, but not calculated as such, but production maintained under the El Nino condition, because we have seen the El Nino in Indonesia. Currently, it is also in Thailand. Reduced emission, livestock management, as you know that out of the GHG, our previous colleague was, our moderator said that 30% of which majorly it is coming from the livestock. So that has become very important. In Nepal, the evidence shows from FAO that they have increased the meat and produce over control groups, but the stress-tolerant breeds and pen structures are also very important, and reduced emission. Similarly, in case of mechanization, the drum seeder in Nepal and Laos also increased the income. So these are some of the examples which are actually working in the field. Then leveraging the public investment. As I said, that public investment need to be judiciously used. So we have the factors, as you know, all of you. The factors are land, varieties, inputs, production, marketing. there are current practices. So he's tried to list out the current practices and what actually the CSA practices and how the public investment need to be channelized. Going to the next topic on the leveraging the private investments. We are talking about private investment, but as you know, the private investment comes only when there is a public investment available. So the linking private sector investment to CSA, the value chain and all these things are very important, and providing technical support, because some of the private investors need technical support. Coming to the next one on the strategies. So I try to develop some of the strategies which actually we are promoting with our member institutions. I forgot to tell you that I am representing the financial institutions. We are APRACA, Asia Pacific Rural Agricultural Credit Association. We started our journey in 1977 by the FAO of the United Nations, and now we are working in 24 countries with 92 member institutions. So there are strategies which are most important is the adaptation. As you know, that mitigation and adaptation both are important, but adaptation need a long-term engineering, social engineering process. It goes through a process. So that strategy need to be developed at a country level. Then coming to the technology integration, integrating the technology. There are many technologies available in the field, but most of them are not integrated into the system. We call it AI. That one is artificial, another one is another AI, which is ancestral. So both the intelligence are equally important. So, and this ancestral intelligence, if we can integrate the technologies with them, will be very beneficial. Crop diversification, water management, and then policy support, community collaboration, which is also important. I think many of our colleagues already said. Research innovation, and finally the international cooperation like this. Coming to some of the very interesting instruments and enablers. So the instruments, as you all know, that there are debt instrument equity, debt plus equity, credit enhancement instrument, risk transfer instrument. All these instruments are important. You might use any of these instruments at the financial institution. And then the enablers are knowledge-based collaboration, plugging the multifaceted risk, policy environment, innovative tailor-made green finance instruments, and national, regional, global network, which we are here. Coming to the innovations in climate finance or the green finance. There are 4 types of innovations we have tried to list here. The innovation in delivery mechanism, which is the most important for the banking system, how you deliver your innovation. Then innovation in policies, which is for the government and the public sector, and technology-enabled innovation. There are technology like, IT has become the driving force nowadays. Then innovation at risk-proofing techniques. So there are many innovations are available on the risk-proofing. Now, going to the moving forward, how we move forward, we tried to list 5 kind of thing which we need to walk the talk. First is inclusive representative taxonomy. Most of the countries in this region, we do not have the taxonomy, which we borrow some taxonomy from European Union. ASEAN is trying to develop a taxonomy, which is also not being accepted by all the countries. Then expanding fiscal incentive, why we will do the climate finance or green finance. It's already a burden for agriculture finance. So why we need a double burden? So that incentive need to be developed. Then innovations in financing mechanism, as I already said, bridge the disconnect between the demand and supply. So supply side is basically, we always say the supply side is not working efficiently, but we have to bridge the demand side as well. We don't know how much they require, and strengthening global pooled green financial mechanism. There are a lot, like even in COP28, they declared about the loss and damage fund, which is a huge fund, how we can pool those funds. Thank you, I rest here.
Thank you, Dr. Prasum, for your insightful presentation and very detailed as well. Even you not keep to the time limit, but it's clear that you give the detailed information to our audience to understand how it works. on the climate smart and sustainable futures. Next, I would like to invite our speaker, Mr. George Taitim Tulas, Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Credit Corporation. Please, the floor is yours.
Yep, thank you very much. First of all, before I proceed with my presentations, I would like to qualify myself. Although I'm from Malaysia, I don't speak on behalf of Malaysian, because in Malaysia, as you know, there are East and West Malaysia. So I come from the part of East Malaysia in the region of Sabah. And we have our own state government. We have our own Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Food Industries. And we have our own administrative, although the federal government is our central government. So when I'm talking about here, whatever I'm going to present here is barely on the perspective of Sabah. Yep. So what we're doing in Sabah and what's the thing that happening in Sabah with relates to this agriculture for climate change and sustainability. Yep. Okay. Basically, in Sabah, they talk about technology in agriculture is very much on the infancy stage. Yeah? We do realize the importance and the benefits of technology in agriculture, but at this point of time, I would say that it's very much in the infancy stage, partly because the awareness, one of the things. Secondly, because of budgetary problem, financing problems, being in the States, you know. Thirdly, because possibly the topography of Sabah. Sabah is about the 1/3 of the size of West Malaysia, where our federal government is located. So you can imagine like 1/3 of the size of West Malaysia with a population of 3.9 million. It's a vast area for us to develop agriculturally, although Sabah is predominantly very much agriculture-centric. Yeah? So we do realize what is the benefit in there. We do realize what agriculture can do in terms of, technology can do in terms of our agriculture. So to start with, instead of jumping into straight away deploying technology in agriculture, we started at the bottom line. That is looking into the younger stage, the schools, and possibly the younger generations. Because most of our our youth are basically moving out of the state in order to look for job opportunities. And I can safely say that not a lot of them are not interested in agriculture. Yeah? So we have to start from something in the beginning, at the young stage, to realize that importance and the benefit of agriculture, the benefit of technology in agriculture. Now, the issues that we have, obviously, in the state is basically the infrastructure development. Although we have been independent for a long time, I would say that Sabah state is not connected in terms of networking and whatsoever. There's still a bigger part of it which is not connected on internet or Wi-Fi, something like that. So if you talk about deploying technology in the state, it's a big challenge for the state government and even for us like a financing institutions. For me, I come from Sabah Credit Corporation, which is statutorily wholly belong to the state government. Yeah? So we raise funds from the capital market. Yeah? There is very little aid from the government. Yeah? So we try to manage what we have in order to build up this kind of awareness in terms of that. So if you talk about infrastructure development, one of the things that we still lagging in us is the networking to deploy effective technology into the agriculture, which is basically focused on the rural areas. Yeah? Second one, you talk about investment opportunities. Yes, I would say there are a lot of investment opportunities for anybody who comes to Sabah to look into deploying technology in agriculture. For us, obviously, we try as much as we can to develop this sector wherever possible. Local regulations, I would say, yep, they are they are definitely supporting technology in agriculture, but I think there are some limitations as far as the state government and the local government is concerned. We have a few local big plantations, but mostly they focus on oil palm and some other things like maybe now they're looking into some timber-related things, but not so much on the food production type things. And I would see that in Malaysia, Sabah itself, the focus is more on profit-oriented rather than the climatic change as it is now, because it's a private investment kind of things like that. Government initiative, private sector investment in capacity building program, target agriculture, stakeholders, tools, and scale. So that. Yes, we still have a long way to go, and one of them education and awareness. For my organization, what we did is basically we financially support and collaborate with some of those individual organizations. For example, like some of my case study here. Okay, here, the case of Agri-Data Portals in Berhad. I'm very happy because to support this group, because they are youngsters, a group of youngsters, average age of 30-ish. Yeah? And what they did basically is to collect data, to go into the field themselves, to collect the data in every way they can do. Then from there, they use the data to make decisions. And not only data on the plantation side, on the farming side, but also they collect the data from the market side. And they have their fintech to look into the market so that whatever products from these people participating in the program, they have the market for it. They deploy a simple technology, something like CCTV, yeah, even like some sensors. And what they do is introduction of a simple project, not on precision agriculture, farming, but just hydroponic to start with. I mean, you can imagine, like, as what the saying goes, if you put the frog into the hot water, it will jump. But if you put the frog in the cold water and start boiling the water, maybe the frog will enjoy it. So this is how we try to assimilate the issues of climatic smart in agriculture things into the people, starting with this group of youngsters. And this group of youngsters, after they study the thing, they involve the rural areas and how to start with hydroponic farming. And the good thing about that, with data, they realized that they cannot go deep into the rural areas. And what they did is they stationed all this plantation by the roadside, which a right temperature, a right climate, right humidity, there's insufficient supply of water. And that is also covered with the connectivity on internet by the roadside, not deep into the rural areas. Yeah. So at the end of the day, obviously, they help to actually increase the awareness of this side of smart farming, I will call it, for climatic change, yeah, sustainability, into the rural people. Yeah. Okay. So just a simple hydroponic. So how we work with them? First, we provide interest-free financing to this group, yeah, through our funding, which is allocated by the government, on 25 million ringgit. I think probably it's about even less than 10,000 USD. Yeah, okay. We supported this group by providing them the interest-free to prepare and set up their center. The second one is that we provide another interest-free training to all the participants of this program, yeah, for them to buy the necessary tools and whatnot. So interest-free. And we use our own e-wallet, our own financial super apps, in order for them to be able to pay their dues to us. So it's a combination of them deploying the technology into their farming strategy, and plus us providing the channel for them to actually pay whatever loans that they have to us. The second one that I can see is School Aquaponic Program for 2024. There's another group of individuals which they call themselves urban home farming. So what they did basically is working with the State Education Department, yeah, to initiate aquaponic project in the schools. Yeah? Each project costs between 7 to 10,000 ringgit Malaysia. Yeah? So what we did with them, my organization, is that through our CSR funding, which we allocate about 6.5 million annually, we will fund the project in the school. And these people will come up with the knowledge of know-how about aquaponic and educate the students, both in the primary school and the secondary school, building them up, building the awareness on them for the future expansion of this climate change in agriculture. Yeah. So what the students learn from this is basically things like they are aware that aquaponic farming reduces 90% of the water consumption comparing to soil farming. I think that's a good start for the young kids to understand. Second one, they also understand that aquaponic farming uses only 1/10 of the land area comparing to the soil farming. That's another good awareness to them. The third one is aquaponic farming is less affected by weather and pests, growing in greenhouse, thus increasing the yield and harvest. And with no chemical and no pesticide use, the environment is conserved and not polluted. And I think this is a good start for our organization to work with them to actually expand this awareness to the younger generation. Okay, personally, I think this is the issues that we can look into, a point to ponder. And this is from my own personal thought. As a technology guy, I would say, first thing, the technology enhancement. What's happening around the world, as you can see now, the war going on, there are a lot of technology advancements in the defense area. How this focus will shift from agriculture, or how much focus on agriculture, technology in agriculture, will shift into the defense thing. That is possibly, I don't have the answer to that, Doctor. Yeah? So maybe all of us are financial, we have to look into that. Yeah? Second thing, the cost of technology procurement. Yeah? Again, what's happening in the global economy, Malaysia is not being exempted from it. Our currency is not in favor of whatever the global currency is, especially USD. And the cost of technology is basically getting more expensive. Yeah. Are the small farmers, are the smallholders afford to get this technology? How much the government need to put in order to assist these people? How much our FDI can put in, DFI can put into assisting and propagating this thing? Yep. So again, another issues that we need to ponder and challenge that all the DFIs are facing, I believe. Yeah. The role of technopreneur in promoting technology in agriculture sectors. Again, as I said, most of the younger generation, they are not into agriculture things. Yeah. They're more looking into e-games, they're more looking into apps, things like that. So you can see how much of them does a well-versed with technology, looking into how to promote technology in the agriculture sectors. Yep. Okay. The fourth one I will see is that mechanism for better technology inclusion. How are we going to do the inclusions on the technology in agriculture? Most of those practicing practicing agriculture, they are the older generation in our society. The younger generation, again, as I said, they may not be interested in agriculture. How are we going to include this older generation in technology, building up technology in their agriculture and changing them, bringing them from conventional agriculture or farming into a smart farming? Yeah. Last but not least, how the DFI is going through precision financing, that looking into funding precision agricultures and whatnot. Yeah. So thank you very much, Hassan.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really difficult to keep the time. As the timekeeper is really hard for me, especially after the lunchtime session like this. People will feel naps and not focus at all. But I try to encourage our speaker to speak in detail a little bit, because some very technical, especially like Tim shared us just now the the modern agricultures in Malaysia, especially in Sabah. And he gave the example on aquaponics, very interesting case study as well. I think this is one of the modern agricultures. But next, I would like to invite Mr. Adam Mariko, Deputy Director, Mobilization, Partnership and Communication, Finance in Commons Secretary General, and Agent Conseil de Développement, AFD, to give the presentation, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. I am Adam Mariko. I am Deputy Executive Director for Partnership and Mobilization within the French Development Agency, Agence Française de Développement. But today I'm speaking in my capacity of Secretary General of the Finance in Common Coalition, which is the coalition you are all members, the coalition gathering the 530 public development banks in the world. Today I'm going to focus on just one topic, and probably I can even share times with my colleagues that were just earlier. It will be very, very short. I'm going to talk to you about the Agriculture Coalition of Public Development Banks. This coalition has been created in 2021 during the Finance in Common Summit, which took place in Rome. And it's a coalition, the Secretariat is hosted by IFAD and also in partnership with AFD. It's part of the Finance in Common initiative, as I was mentioning. It's focused on building a platform for green and inclusive food system that will bring the public development banks together to discuss this topic. And the project aimed at the time to assist the agricultural PDBs in improving and increasing green finance, as well as developing financial products that are aligned with the adaptation to the climate change and the SDGs program. The main activity of the platform is to facilitate the exchanges of, between the public development banks, to identify and share the good practices, but also to put in contact banks that have been confronted with the same problems and organize knowledge transfer and also the dissemination of tools regarding some problematics we have in agricultural finance. It's a working group that the public development banks are able to present, where the public development banks are able to present their activities, to learn from each other's experience. For instance, we had discussions regarding climate change, how to determine and how to measure the risks among agricultural PDBs, and also increase the digitalization. Several of you have also touched upon it. There are currently 138 members connected to the platform globally, of which we have 35 banks that are specialized in agriculture. The focus is national, on the national public development banks in Latin America, Africa, in Asia. We have several ADFIAP members that are already members of this platform, but I think several of you can still join this discussion. Some of them are in the room from Cambodia, from Bhutan, from India, from China. Also some members from Fiji, Vanuatu, Oman, the Solomon Islands, and Kazakhstan so far. So if you want to join, I can share also the contacts later on. So this is a place really where to cooperate. We have the regional public development banks that work with the platform in peer-to-peer exchanges with other development banks. It's mainly in-kind expertise, training on thematic or some thematics and discussions that are progressively allowing some PDBs to access to some technical partners. In terms of governance and membership, the platform is open to all members, and they are, they're mainly a partnership platform. So in addition, the members of the platform can access freely on all the capacities that are developed by the platform in days to come. Oh, there is probably just one more point I can add here. There is 3 groups in this platform. One group is what we call the priority support group. The other group is, and the priority support group is mainly the institutions that are, in fragile situation. So they have the targeted support group is mainly a group of banks that, should strengthen their existing tools and activities. And one group they call the reference support group, which consists on the strongest banks which need ad hoc support sometime, but which will be considered as also a group that can bring resources for the other two groups of the platform. Just few deliverables so far. Efforts have been made to increase the availability of data within this group, and the list of participation of the public development banks has expanded really quickly in these last 2 years. Recently, the European Commission provided to the platform with financial assistance in order to operationalize the platform and provide services to selected public development banks at the national level, with training, expertise, short-term TA, technical assistance, peer-to-peer, and knowledge exchanges. A number of working groups were formed, and they are taking into account geographical specificities. Accordingly, the public development banks have focused their attention on the way in which they are, bringing financing climate change, adaptation, and agroecology. There is also recently a demonstration that have been made by our colleagues from FIO from the ABC map tool. Several public development banks from Latin America, Africa has joined this discussion. But I think it will be interesting also. We share with ADFIAP members soon the next training sessions for this ABC tool coming from FAO. Last but not least, we have also several development banks that are using the platform to develop their peer-to-peer relations. For example, we had recently collaboration between FIRA from Mexico with public development banks from Morocco and China. And it was really helpful for them to also learn on the design of the environmental and social strategy those banks have implemented recently. This year, the platform, will still work on helping its members with the European Commission. Additionally, also a website has been launched. I can share with you also all the detailed contacts, so you can really access to this platform if needed. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much. Now we have finished the 4 presentations by our distinguished speakers already. So I would like to request extend more time from the organizer as well, because we need more time to discuss on this topic, because very important and very interesting topic. As you may know that this is we need to redefine the agriculture for the smart and resilient and for sustainable futures. So our theme today, one is we need a modern agriculture, and we also need a smart one, and make it sustainable. This is the key word that we need to discuss today, and plus the role of DFI in this area as well. We know that all of us here come from various backgrounds, mostly from the DFI, from the finance side, but we discuss on agriculture because now we might face the challenge of food safety, food securities, because the number of population of the world just start increasing, and the land that we use degraded bit by bit, and the climate's getting worse and worse. You may know already that especially in Asia, Asia-Pacific, the heat wave just hit everywhere. We never experienced the temperature up to 50 or 52 degrees Celsius in Cambodia, but now we feel. This is, everyone just have to recognize the climate change is real, not just speaking from the international organization. So we have to take action early. Especially the DFI need to increase more green finance to the agriculture especially, and the others green area, green business. So to trigger this question, I would like to invite the question from the floor first, in order to keep the time very short, if you have. If you don't have, for now, I think to trigger the discussion more actively, I would like to pose the question to Maria, the first question, which is what is the specific strategy can DFI adopt to encourage investment in climate-smart agriculture within their financing portfolios? Please.
Thank you.
Very short.
As I presented earlier, Land Bank has dedicated financing programs for climate-smart agriculture. And so in these programs, we can lend for acquisition of equipment to mitigate harvest and post-harvest losses in case of extreme weather conditions. And that can also be for organic farming, agroforestry, and even installation of renewable energy for solar-powered irrigation facilities. So our strategy is to actively market all these lending products and continue to develop, particularly if there are emerging trends in the market for climate-smart agriculture. And of course, apart from these lending programs, it is also essential that we continuously collaborate with the government agencies and other stakeholders, like the Department of Agriculture, for them to provide us funds that we can lend at very concessional interest rates. So as a fund source, we partner with the Green Climate Fund. So we've already implemented one of the projects, so we are still in the stage of getting approval for the second project, which is also related to climate change. And of course, apart from that, we also have to engage the various stakeholders, our borrowers and the farmers, so that we'll know also their concerns regarding the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Now I also would like to pose a question to Dr. Basum as well, the Secretary General of APRICA, to share experience in what way can DFI collaborate with the governments, private sector shareholders, and local community to drive sustainable agricultural development in face of the climate change challenges. Can you brief a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, there is one common goal for whether it is a DFI or multilateral or a commercial bank. Common goal is to transform the push market to pull market for agriculture. Currently, most of our farmers are using the push market, means what they produce, they sell. Now we need to change or transform them from push market to the pull market. Depends on what is required. As I have seen in our last presentation from our colleagues, the rice. Rice becoming one of the major issue for this region, especially in case of Cambodia. And if we see the rice, the millers, they play a very important role. And most of our finance from the commercial banking system are basically skewed to the smallholder farmer. So there is less opportunity to the rice millers, those who are very important actors in the value chain. So the DFIs can play a very important role to support these rice millers or the value chain actors, because they have the long-term resources, whereas the commercial banks depends mostly for the short-term benefits. So there is a clear line of difference between these two agencies, and we need to have a common goal for both of them to transform the push market to the pull market. And there lies the importance of DFIs, because they have the resources. They can go for a long-term investments, and also because they don't have to follow these assets and liability mismatch in case of the commercial banking system. So they have this opportunity, and how they efficiently they can use it. That would be the answer to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rasum, for sharing the experience in what way that can the government collaborate between the government and private sector together, especially to push from the bear market to the bull market, like stock market in the agricultural sectors. Thank you, Dr. Rasum. Now, I also would like to pose one question to George Taitim Tullas, the Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Corporation, to share with us what are some successful example of DFI partnering with the agricultural enterprise to implement innovative climate adaptation and mitigation strategy. Please, the floor is yours. Just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you, Excellency. Basically, I believe there are a lot of success stories, DFI financing, so cooperating with agriculture entity to build up this climate change, something like that. Okay, but let me talk in the perspective of our state government and the role of the things that my organization, Sabah Agri Corporation, is involved with. Again, as I mentioned in my sharing just now, you are very much at the edge of, at the stage of infancy. So the two success stories I can share basically is what I've shared with you all just now. But again, I believe this building up the momentum from the younger generations, because they are going to be the future of the globe, the world. It's not the seniors or what. So to us, we catch up, starting with the juniors, the school children and whatnot. And basically, we have 160 over schools in Sabah itself, that is where our target is. At the moment, we have 13 schools already operating this one, and they're building up a lot of success stories to actually influence other schools to build them. And as far as we are concerned, we, again, I said, use every fund that we have, especially our CSR funding, for them to fund, for them to start the project. Second one, looking into the younger generations. The participant of the project, the AgriData, is just part of it. They're just a participant. But the important thing is that the awareness of the younger generations looking into smart farming, precision farming, and what to build up the momentum for the future generations. So again, I said, we have disbursed about few million ringgit Malaysians to 30 participants of this project, and another few to the organizer. Yeah. And I would say that they're happy with that. They have quite produced a lot. Revenue stated here generate about 73,000. It's quite big for the rural areas. Community contribution about 120,000 ringgit. And we the women growers, they're about 39% of them. And the youth involved, they're 28% of the youth involved. I think this, I can consider that this one of the success stories of the partnership between the DFIs and this individual agriculture sector to build up this thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. I think the last one that I would like to call on Mr. Amanda Mariko to share with us his views on how can DFIs ensure that financial resources are direct toward agricultural projects that not only yield economic returns, but also have positive environmental and social impact. Please, can you share a very short sentence to our audience? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think the question is really important on how you're talking about the resource mobilization, the access of capital at some point towards agriculture and sustainable agriculture. It's really important in this perspective that we can, say that it's mainly to have investors bringing resources, we have to share a clear, comprehension of what we are speaking about. And if you want to go beyond the profit part of the discussion and go to the impact and explaining to some investors that you are mainly looking for sustainable impact, you have to describe to him clearly what does it mean, and to go beyond actually the yield research and the profit research. So meaning that we have to have clear taxonomy. Many of the co-panelists have mentioned that earlier. And regarding the taxonomy, for me, it's a way to have the highest standards. So there is a need of ambition in the country, but also to recognize that even if we have international, standards, we need also local adaptation of those taxonomies. So really having this clarity on how the data are reported is really important. The second point for me is to have a robust and shared, dispositive of MRV, measuring, reporting, and verificating. So clearly, if we have, many of us, issue bonds in the market. So probably, if an investor wanna buy your bonds, at some point they wanna be also be sure that the money they are lending probably, is clearly reported, and they can justify for their own needs also, the fact that this is going in a sustainable place. So I may also note the importance of partnership. That's why, the places like ADFIAP, where we have peer-to-peer learning among public development banks, but also the platform I was mentioning earlier within the financing common system, is really, for that. Because as public development banks, we can discuss the tools we are using, the business models we are doing, and the norms we are setting for ourselves and our investments in countries. And the problematics you can find in Cambodia can be really similar to those you will find in other Asian countries, but also in some countries in Latin America or in Africa. And I think that's also a way to gather the capacity of the public development banks, speak as one voice, and compare our notes, and somehow bring more capital to sustainable finance, specifically in agriculture.
Thank you, Amanda. I think time is up now. I think before I conclude, I think I would like to ask a few questions from our audience. If you have, please raise your hand and just pose a question directly to our speaker here, if you have. I need maybe 5 minutes more and to conclude this. Please, if you have any question, raise your hand and the microphone will be delivered to you soon. Any question? If you don't have any question, I think up to now, conventional agriculture is no more in the good practices in the way that the climate change right now. Even you plant something right now, not like before, the yield may be different, the seed, fertilizer they use, everything they use may be different. Now we need a smart, resilient agriculture practices in every regions to cope with the climate change right now. We talk a lot about the precision agriculture, biodiversity conservations, about the agri-techs, the new finance, not just from the banking, but from the stock market as well, like Amanda just now about the green bonds and other blended finance, to channel this finance through the agriculture sector with the environmentally and socially responsible for that. So before I close the panel discussion, I propose the speaker to have to give some kind of important takeaway for our audience. Very short sentence, maybe 1 minute each. I start with Mary. Maria, do you have any important takeaway for our audience for today's sessions?
Just in addition to the funding source, the Land Bank has also floated before green bonds. And now we have a deposit generation campaign, which is called the Land Bank Green Growth. So the deposits will be used to fund projects which are environmental friendly. Okay, so as we conclude, the path to climate smart agriculture and sustainable finance is actually challenging, but full of potential. So let us all move forward towards a common goal for a better tomorrow.
Thank you, Mary. Dr. Brasum, you have any words?
Yeah. Globally, we have around, rough estimation is around 856 million smallholder farmers. And converting all of them to CSA or the smart farmer is a real challenge. And it is very difficult for them to accept low emission agriculture. And that where we need to work more on the technologies where will be supported by both the DFIs as well as the commercial banking system. Thank you.
Thank you. George, the floor is yours.
Yeah, the agriculture climatic change, I think, is the issue for everybody, regardless wherever you are in this part of the world. But obviously, we are facing with a lot of challenges with what's happening around us in the global things, in terms of our, in terms of the geopolitical issues and even the economic issues, you know, that we're facing. So for us, the DFIs, we're creating a big more challenge for us to really focus into how we are going to address these issues in terms of preparing the funding, the budget, the source of funds that we're going to have it. But obviously, the most important thing, even though we have the funding, we don't have the people to execute it at the ground level to understand what this is all about. The sustainability issue will just be like that, because you're not talking about now, you're talking about the future. And so for that matter, I think we should also look into the beginning of the thing, like teaching our younger generations, who I believe, or I said, will be the one that harming all these issues and going on to inherit this globe, a future to come. So that's basically, I think, that another area that we can basically look into, not only now, but the younger generation, to bring them up to make it more sustainable, not only in the climate change, but the people that going to arrange and manage these changes. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next is Adama, if you have, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the role of the public development banks in the agriculture finance is really critical. As you look at this sector, it's one of the biggest market failures we have seen is in agriculture. If you look at the global financing to agriculture, 2/3, 66% of the financing towards agriculture comes from the development banks, actually. That shows the rupture we have, and in some sectors we don't need even development banks. It's fully financed even by the private sector. But agriculture is still the place where development banks has a role, and I think the acceleration process on the SDG finance and the sustainable finance can also go really fast in the agriculture system, because that's where also, if you look at the value chain, you have several opportunities to build on SMEs creation regarding in the valuation, and all the investments and the technologies that we are finding, bringing some startups. And I would recommend also the work that some of our colleagues in India are doing in mobilizing the GCF fund to develop investment on some technology towards these sectors. But well, again, let's keep collaborating as public development banks. Because I think even for the financial inclusions of the farmers, etc., we have a role to play as public development banks, and this collaboration can push us really further. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our session on redefining agriculture for climate smart and sustainable future now come to an end. Now I would like you all, please give the big clap for our speakers. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded our afternoon sessions. Big thanks to His Excellency Dr. Cao Thach for leading these sessions. Now may I have the honor to invite Mr. Sergey Vasilyev to do the honor of handing over the appreciation certificate to our session, to our panelists, especially to our moderator. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, may I extend a sincere appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Cao Thach for your time and for your participation in moderating this session successfully. Also, big thanks to all of our panelists for sharing inspirational message, insights, and valuable experiences to our audience today. Also, a big appreciation to Mr. Sergey Vasilyev, Advisor to the Chairman of the Board of Directors, Eurasian Development Bank, for doing the honor of handing over the appreciation certificate to this sessions. Thank you. We will move on to our next sessions in a few minutes. Thank you.
Once again, can I have a big round of applause to the first session of our panel discussion. Thank you, moderator and panelists, and as well as our guest of honor to present the certificate and the token to the panelists and the moderator. You may return to your seat and we are proceeding to the next agenda. Distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, after we have done the first session of the panel discussion, which is topic about redefining agriculture for a climate smart and sustainable future. Now, please allow me to move to the second topic for the panel discussion, which is more detailed and will be more descriptive to all the audience. Once again, not very different from the first session. If you have any question, please take note and pass to the panel discussion after all the presentation from the speaker, or you can write a question and pass to our teamwork and we can repeat the question to the panel as well. Once again, in this topic, we are going to go for deeper discussion and also sharing some important message to all of the audience as well as the key takeaway from this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to introduce the next panel discussion, which is topic climate smart practices. Now it's time to deliver into our next panel discussion focusing on climate smart practices. Leading this discussion, please help me welcome Engineer Mohammed Al Ghashani, Chairman of Board from the Development Bank, Sultanate of Oman. As our moderator, please welcome him on stage. Engineer Mohammed, the floor is to you. You will have 45 minutes for this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to call upon the speakers, start with Mr. Saud Abdul Mun'im, the ADFIAP Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of Fiji Development Bank. Please come on stage. Ms. Caroline Olfendo, Senior Vice President, Development Bank of the Philippines. Please come on stage. Mr. Prakash Kumar, the Deputy Managing Director, Small Industries Development Bank of India. And finally, Mr. Paul Keo, the Facility Director, Cambodia-Australia Partnership Resilient Economy Development. Please come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you on stage. The presentations, each one of you will deliver a presentation of 5 minutes. We'll try to keep in time. I have a number of questions actually collected from the audience, so we will not go back to the audience. I already have your questions. And after the presentations, we'll just go through the questions. Please, can I ask Mr. Saud Mun'im, please, to deliver his presentation?
Very good afternoon, everyone. I think I do not need to introduce myself, and I'll go straight to the presentation piece. I'll try to keep it as short as possible, and I do understand sitting there, you really don't want to hear too many of these repeated words. I just want to set the stage first, especially when you have a room full of people in different countries, and I think you've got the largest country in the world, which is India, in terms of the population, is present here. I'm not sure if the smallest country in the world is also present over here, which is supposed to be in Pacific Island countries. So the scale is huge. I mean, you have a population sizes of some of the countries, which is about 1,000, 2,000 people, and then you have one country which is about 1.4 billion people. So I don't even know that how many zeros are there in 1.4 billion. But the problem remains the same across the globe, and I think it's the same issue which we all face. And if I may quote what the gentleman from Sabah said, in terms of the younger generation, how do we bring them into the agriculture piece? So before I go into that part, in terms of the climate smart practices, it's very, everyone needs to understand exactly what Fiji is. Fiji is basically, it's a small nation which is about 330 islands. We have a total population of about 900,000 people, and we are mainly into the tourism. And I think it's one of the best part of Fiji is it's very connected to the rest of the world, be your US, Australia, New Zealand, and Asia, as well as the Pacific part. Some of the countries would not know, but I think we are the most vulnerable among the Pacific Island countries, and Fiji is one of them in terms of the natural disasters. And an average of about 1,800 millimeter to 2,600 millimeter rain per year, which basically means it's close to about 2 meters of rain every year. So some of those places where you can imagine they don't even have 1/10 of that rain in the whole year. And when it rains, it floods. When it floods, basically every single thing basically gets destroyed. The worst part is, or maybe the good part is, as you can see on the slide, this is basically the key carbon emitting sectors in Fiji. One of them is energy, which is about 59%. And within the 59%, you've got 64% is your land transport, and then 36% is energy. Then you have agriculture, forestry, and waste. But it's also very interesting to know that Fiji itself contributes 0.00% towards carbon emission. And we are one of the most vulnerable among the rest of the Pacific Island countries. So we really need to take, as I earlier said, and I want to echo what Dr. Kao said earlier, climate change is for real. 2016, I think 1/3 of our GDP was wiped out in less than 2 hours, which was the cyclone category 5 came in, and it just destroyed everything. And in, not only the tourism sector, but also the agriculture sector. Anyway, my discussion is going to be very, very focused. Government of Fiji has actually supported a lot of these initiatives when it comes to supporting the government, the farmers and everyone else in terms of providing the incentives. It's basically all to us, how do we capitalize on some of those incentives. Some of the incentives which we really talked about it is in terms of the tax breaks. Government have actually provided a very lucrative tax breaks, and I think it's very, very important for the investors to come in and invest some money in Fiji, especially for the agriculture sector. I'll just slip this one. Fiji Development Bank, and I'm not sure how many of you know about the Fiji Development Bank, but Fiji Development Bank has been a part of the landscape for Fiji prior to even Fiji was born. We have been in business for the last 57 years. We are the only development bank in Fiji. We do have a book of close to about $500 million in terms of the lending. Our sector and focus is, there are 3 sectors which we basically deal with, is one MSME, SMEs, and agriculture. And that's 93% of our accounts belong to those 3 sectors. Earlier this morning when I had my opening speech and I said that it's about the gender equality, Fiji Development Bank has taken an initiative in terms of making access to finance very affordable and easy for especially to women entrepreneurs. We launched a product about 1.5 years ago, and we have actually disbursed close to about 1,500 loans, close to about $3.5 million. It's 100% unsecured small businesses loans only and only for the women entrepreneurs. And that basically helps people to do the agriculture and the rest of the stuff as well. Once again, some of the examples, if you can look at it in terms of the financial instruments, would be the equity, subsidies, and the government of Fiji has really supported us in terms of providing some subsidies for the interest rates. Because when you deal with the smaller segment, which is the MSMEs and SME and agriculture, they are high-risk sectors. And banks tend to charge a lot more interest. And that's why the government of Fiji has supported us in terms of 6% interest rate subsidy for all the loans up to $100,000, which has actually enabled us to go out there in the market and provide a very cheap funding and lending to our customers, almost at a rate of 3% to 5% interest rates. As I told you, that these are the main 3 target segments were agriculture, MSME, and SMEs, and within these you can actually go further down into the details of the rest of the segments. Climate smart initiative, renewable energy. Government has also actually provided us a program which is called ISEF. This is an import-export substitution facility, whereby the funding was given to the banks for 0.25%, but they restricted the onward lending to our customer no more than 3.99, which basically supported us again in terms of form of a cheap funding, which basically we could have been provided to our customer at a very decent rates. Some of the initiatives which we have actually done in terms of the smart initiatives with renewable energy, obviously the electric vehicle financing at 3.99. Again, for a country which has basically 900,000 people only, there's hardly any concept of the electric vehicles. We've got only about 3 or 4 electric vehicle charging stations, and now we are actually promoting that into that. In terms of the vehicles. So we came out with a program, any vehicle up to $100,000 worth of price, we'll be able to finance them for 3.99, which is normally, if you look at the auto financing, it's at a much higher rate than this one. Also, at the same time, I think the government has supported us in terms of the solar projects as well. Yeah, last but not the least is the agriculture value chain. I think we've talked about it in terms of the agriculture value chain. This is with support of Asian Development Bank, which had actually come out and provided us the support for all these initiatives in terms of the agriculture value chain. Some of these things are very, very important, and I think the last thing which I'll say is we need the support from likes of the ADBs, likes of GCF and AFD, and that support I'm not asking only for Fiji, but I think it's for every single smaller Pacific Island nations which are basically have lack of resources and lack of funding as well. So carry on. I think my time is up. You know, my brother with a different mother is telling me the same thing, that I need to get off from here. So I'll get off now and then maybe answer some of the questions. Vinaka, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saud, for sharing with us your efforts and initiatives in promoting climate-smart agriculture practices. May I call Ms. Caroline, please, to deliver your presentation? As Mr. Saud did, I think he kept the time, maybe a couple of minutes beyond, but very informative. I'm sure you will keep the things, keep time on time.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Good afternoon to our excellencies, to the delegates and guests. In behalf of our President, Michael De Jesus, I send warm greetings to all present here. Before I begin, I was so impressed by the presentation of our speakers from Cambodia in session 1 this morning. Coming from a mainly agricultural country, the Philippines, I cannot help but envy your disclosures that Cambodia has no issues on food security, and that Cambodia has no choice but to export the excess in their rice production. So I congratulate Cambodia in its contribution to augment the rice supply in the region. For the Development Bank of the Philippines, we have programs that support our local farmers to be resilient amidst the effects of climate change. Okay. For this afternoon, I would like to highlight our DBP Forest Program, which is a CSR program to help in the restoration of our forest land cover, including our coastal areas, similar to how Cambodia has been addressing resiliency in climate change. The program is implemented by forging partnerships with public and private institutions which share the same objectives with DBP. Under the program, reforestation of forest trees, high-value fruit trees, bamboo, mangroves, and other species is the main activity. DBP aims to contribute a total of 7,500 hectares of forest area covered by 2030. The goal is aligned with DBP support to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 13, which is mitigation of climate change. Some of our partners in the programs are state universities and colleges, local government units, which are the towns and provinces in the Philippines, and other people's organizations, preferably with community-based forest management agreement with our Department of Environment and Natural Resources. We also partner with water districts for the rehabilitation of watershed areas. The program identified priority areas where projects under the forest program shall be located, such as critical watershed areas, water-stressed areas, communities vulnerable to storm surges, since our islands are often visited by strong typhoons, making our coastal areas prone to storm surges. Now, why Bangsamoro, if you may ask? We now give special focus since this is a new political entity located in the southern Philippines to ensure enduring peace and sustained socio-economic development in the area. This slide lists down other considerations for a project site under the forest program. Every project shall have a maximum of 100 hectares and a minimum of 5 hectares. The grant covers, this is a grant, not a loan. The grant covers 4 components: the cost of planting stocks, maintenance and operating costs, provision for mortality and livelihood component. And as of April 30, 2024, we have 46 forest partners with reforestation projects of 48. A total of 6.62 million trees were planted, composed of forest trees, fruit-bearing trees, bamboo and mangrove species, and some high-value crops. Total area covered is already more than 6,000 hectares. So let me now talk about DBP's participation with the government program we call the People's Survival Fund. There are 17 projects across the country, and our humble contribution towards the program is to assist the People's Survival Fund Board. We conduct technical, environmental, social, and economic assessment of project proposals and recommends proposals that pass the evaluation process to the Climate Change Commission and to the board. DBP also administers fund releases to the projects. And may I end this presentation with a short video clip of the People's Survival Fund program.
Meron kaming directives coming from the DNR that Sarangani province is considered as yung 24 LGUs na vulnerable to climate change.
Aming bayan, ang bayan ng Lanusa po, type 2 po kami. Rain is spread throughout the year.
Climate change na. Nung dati, ang alam namin pag dadaan yung bagyo sa Samar, tatamaan kami. Kaming tao hindi naniwala sa climate change. At hindi na namin na experience. Kasi environment talaga yung pinaprotektahan namin.
Kaya kung titingnan ho yung sinadmit ho namin na mga projects, patungkol ho lahat sa mga farmers yun. Kaya nag-apply ho kami dun sa People's Survival Fund. Overwhelm ho kami lahat, lalo ho ako dahil imagine mo naman, ang dami hong bayan at dito sa Central, sa Luzon, Hero na lang yung nakatanggap.
Gusto nating ma-achieve na yung tao maka-adapt sa the climate change that is happening.
Tapos na sana yung building. Ang nangyari, hindi naasahan na ganoon pala kalakas yung typhoon ulit, na sira yung building. Madaling naparealize, hindi lang sa farmer, pati sa amin, kung ano yung gaano kahalaga na malaman at yung climate change.
Pero pag dumating yung project na sa PSF na patubig, halos araw-araw na kami maliligo, maglalaba. Napakalaking okay po talaga. Sobra-sobra po ang papasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Malaking bagay yung assistance coming from the national, no? Kasi matulungan ang mga LGU at saka lalo na ang barangay at saka yung mga beneficiaries natin na ma-feel nila yung importansya na binibigay ng national government.
That's all from DBP. I'm sorry you were not able to read the English translation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caroline, for your informative presentation. And we gathered the story from the clips themselves without the subtitles. Okay. Thank you very much. May I call Mr. Prakash Kumar, please, to deliver his presentation, please. Mr. Kumar, of course, as I introduced him previously, he's the Deputy Managing Director at Small Industries Development Bank of India.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates present in this session. At the outset, I'd like to thank ADFIAP for giving me this opportunity to speak before you and make a presentation on our work. I represent SIDBI, the Small Industries Development Bank of India, which is the apex DFI in the country for promotion, finance and developments of MSME sector in the country. So this is slightly deviation from the topic of agricultural sector finance and related activities. I'll be talking more about the MSMEs. The synergy being that there was a discussion around the agricultural value chain, the food processing industries. So a lot of these activities ultimately culminate into industries, mostly small industries, and that's where our role comes in. A little bit of view on the MSME ecosystem in our country. So as you can see, we have close to 73 million estimated MSMEs in India, out of which more than 99.5% are micro enterprises, around 0.4 million as small and medium enterprises, and rest of it is what we call the slightly larger medium enterprises. The definition of MSME in the India at different micro, small and medium is also given on the slide here. And 80% of these entities are unregistered informal micro enterprises. Around 50% of these micro enterprises are rural focused, based in rural areas. And many of them, in fact most of them, are engaged in agri-related activities. Sorry. In terms of the profile, as I talked about, starting from informal to traditional to very modern, the startup level enterprises, they also fall in the micro, small and medium enterprises sector. In terms of diversity, if you see, the manufacturing comprises around 1/3 of these enterprises. 2/3 of them are in trade and services sector, and 20% or 1/5 of these enterprises are women-owned. In terms of impact, they contribute around 30% of India's GDP, around 45% of the exports, and provide employment to 110 million people in the country. SIDBI, as I mentioned, we are a 34-year-old organization engaged in nation building. And the gamut of activity of SIDBI can be broadly classified into these 8 areas. Starting from institutional finance, as a DFI, we provide funding support to the commercial banks in the country, the non-bank finance companies in the country, and this ecosystem is very well developed in India. Most of the lending happens through the commercial banks and the non-bank finance companies, with DFIs having a very limited role, mostly in terms of providing refinance and bridging in the gap, basically looking at the high-risk segments where the commercial banks, because of their high-risk perception, are not able to chip in with a routine traditional funding. So we have a direct credit window also, and we have a dedicated green finance facility or a green finance vertical, which is actually taking up pioneering initiatives in climate finance and green finance areas. We do work on clusters, MSME clusters, which is prevalent in large number in our country. We also are very active in the venture capital space, the equity funding space. We run perhaps the biggest guarantee program in the world in partnership with the Ministry of MSME, Government of India. And of course, a lot of focus is there on the policy advocacy and digital initiatives. This is our outstanding portfolio, which has grown very rapidly from in the last maybe 4 or 5 years. Currently, our total outstanding portfolio is close to 57 billion. As I talked about, the institutional credit comprises the major portion of this, almost 90% plus, which is channelized through banks, 50 of them, non-bank finance companies, 78 of them, and almost 40 plus microfinance institutions. Direct credit portfolio is a small portfolio as compared to our overall balance sheet of around 5 to 6%. And we have some 12,000 MSME borrowers whom the credit is provided through around close to 100 branches through which we operate our direct lending operations. Now, when we come to the MSMEs, as we discussed, since they contribute a large portion of GDP, the interventions in this space becomes very, very important from climate finance perspective. Because they contribute majorly to the greenhouse gases emission as well as the energy consumption of the overall energy consumption of the country. The challenges as we see is highlighted below, highlighted in the slides. Basically, a lack of awareness about the technologies which are available, unlimited access to these technologies, high transaction cost, and a longer gestation period as compared to a typical investment which is made by them. And of course, the cost of capital is a constraint. And last, but the most important factor is, as I said, the commercial banking sector does most of the funding in our country, but there's a high perceived risk of lending for these energy efficiency interventions or climate interventions, because of which the fund flow for these initiatives are very, very limited. There's a huge credit gap which needs to be filled in. In terms of our intervention in the green enterprise ecosystem, of course we work with almost all multilateral developmental agencies. Some of the names are mentioned here in various ways, in various forms. We have actually provided more than 1.7 billion USD of financial assistance in the last 4 to 5 years overall towards green finance initiatives, the climate finance initiatives, and which has actually resulted in almost the numbers which are given here, almost 1800 gigawatt per annum of energy savings, and almost 1.73 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent reduction through the funding that we have provided, and also added to around 160 megawatts of solar power capacity. The major focus of SIDBI has been on energy efficiency, the EVs space, the electric vehicle space, and of course the circular economy. We work with Government of India in providing certain incentives to the MSMEs, so that these two schemes which I mentioned here, the gift and spice, these provide actually the interest incentives through the Government of India budgetary support to the MSMEs, depending upon the investments that they're making in either energy efficient space or the circular economy space. The four major areas, as I talked about, is prioritizing solar and wind energy, accelerating EV adoption, and as a DFI, the other initiatives that we do is basically more developmental in nature, which includes capacity building of the lenders, the bankers, to augment the supply side, creating awareness amongst the MSMEs through the Sustainability Perception Index, which we have introduced in partnership with other players, which actually measures on a quarterly basis what is the sense of the MSMEs in terms of understanding of the various measures which can be taken and the measures which they have been taking. And of course, as I mentioned, that since MSMEs exist in clusters, so we run this project grid in the clusters, where through demonstration, these initiatives, the green initiatives, we take up projects to demonstrate the success of certain initiatives, like moving from a coal-based fire furnace to a gas-fired furnace, for which SIDBI has also got accolades, and then replicating those initiatives in the cluster. I'll stop here in the interest of time, because the other activities are basically around the promotion and developmental activities of SIDBI, which are more towards enterprise creation, entrepreneurship creation, which is not too much of relevant in the today's context. And I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Much for your informative presentation on SIDBI. Thank you. May I call Mr. Polko, please, to join me here? Facility Director, Cambodia-Australia Partnership, Resilient Economic Development. Please, 5 minutes. You can go beyond 5 minutes, not a problem.
I think I'll be able
a couple
to.
of minutes more, not a problem, as long as it is.
I'm going to keep it at. I'm going to keep it at 5.
Thank you.
I'm also not going to. I haven't got any slides, so I thought, one way to stand out from the crowd might be not to have any slides. So hopefully I'll be able to keep your attention just by saying a few interesting things. I'm the facility director of a wholly Australian government-owned program in Cambodia. It's called the Cambodia-Australia Partnership for Resilient Economic Development. I'm not going to tell you a great deal about that program, only to say that I'm presenting here today because CAPRED provides funding through Mekong Strategic Capital, and John McGinley you heard from earlier this morning in his opening remarks, to provide capacity building to the ARDB to get them ready for implementation of the CCFF, the Cambodia Climate Financing Facility. I also want to take a little bit of a different perspective, because I have worked on this program and a number of programs that come from a private sector perspective, working with the private sector, and particularly looking at smallholder systems and how do you actually deliver climate strategies or technologies that enable farmers to adapt and mitigate to the impacts of climate change. Now, actually prior to this, I was the CEO of the Market Development Facility, and MDF, the Market Development Facility, has an office in, it's a regional country, it's a regional program, 8 countries across the Pacific or the Indo-Pacific, 1 office in Fiji, and I think we actually shared an office at the FDB building in Suva for some time. And it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Can technical solutions help? Well, obviously the answer is yes. Technical solutions can help. And look, I've worked on multiple examples in Sri Lanka, Papua New Guinea, Pakistan, solutions ranging from weather advisory, technical extension, supply chain optimization, crop insurance, seed varieties, irrigation, all of those sorts of things, and undoubtedly they work. The issue is implementation, and how do you implement those? And there's a few issues with climate smart technology. They only work in smallholder systems when they're rolled out at scale. They do not work when you're going sort of individual business by business. So you have to take a full system approach. Farmers can't and they won't pay for these things by themselves. So they really only deliver impact when they're rolled out at a system-wide level. The same low-risk behaviours or same low-risk tolerance that's hampered adoption of better agricultural practices, better seeds, better techniques, better approaches for decades are exactly the same issues that will and are preventing the rollout of climate-smart technologies. We don't have time in this instance. The very recently late James Lovelock, who's a bit of a hero of mine, expects many parts of the world to become uninhabitable in 50 years' time. And the accelerated rate of climate change is taking everybody by surprise. Now, the existing climate change models in place actually expected the ice sheets in Antarctica to grow. There was a really interesting article in The Economist recently about this. And instead, they're melting at an accelerating rate that's got climate scientists this year puzzled and very, very alarmed. So it's here, and we don't have time to sort of take the same approach that we have to better agricultural practices over the last several decades, where something has to be done now. Cocoa, I think, this year is a canary in the mine for what we might expect, particularly in global commodities over the coming years, not just decades, but the coming years. And it illustrates a lot of the problems with commodity crops. Production's highly concentrated. Global supply chains have been distorted by years of government subsidies and uncompetitive practices, so productivity's not going up. And outside these protected markets, the crop doesn't provide a living wage. Mars Company actually recently developed a $3 billion fund for shoring up supply chains, yet in Indonesia, farmers are leaving the industry in droves. This year we've seen a 300% price spike in cocoa. Coffee, rice, wheat, while not as drastic and not as concentrated as cocoa, all exhibit at least some similar features. So we've got this conundrum. High prices are fantastic for those people who are in the industry for when they can get them. But at other times, that will decimate other farmers who'll see complete crop failures. So farmers are looking forward and seeing the prospect of very bad years and then potentially some very good years. And the question for farmers is, how do they span that gap? How do they stay liquid? How do they stay viable in the years between because increased volatility is probably going to be what characterises commodity markets, agricultural commodity markets in the coming years. Do farmers, especially for smallhold farmers, have the capacity to manage that volatility? No, they don't. And I think it's a reasonable hypothesis to think that climate change will entrench existing behaviour by smallholders. That is, higher risk leads to lower risk-taking. Why spend money on inputs and technology when either the crop will fail or prices will surge in the good years? So this means that incentives in commodity markets are likely to push farmers in the opposite direction to the way that we need them to go. Less investment in inputs, better practices, less investment in technology to mitigate the impact of climate change. So we need to find mechanisms to fund adoption at the smallholder level. And we've talked a lot about that today, but who's actually delivering on that on the ground? Who are the actors in the value chain who are going to make these investments and going to turn these investments into something real? And this is something that we're working on in CAPRED, something I've worked on previously in the Market Development Facility. And three questions, I think, are who does? Who's going to do the work of adopting? beyond the finance that's available, who's going to work in those specific value chains? I would argue that it has to come from the demand side, i.e. the buyers, and not the technology providers, nor the smallhold farmers. So technology providers, smallhold farmers can't drive technology uptake at scale. But the buyers, the large actors in the global food supply system can. They can take a system-wide approach and roll these changes out at scale. It's not going to happen at the individual farmer level. It's not even going to happen at the MSME level. It's going to happen at the large-scale actors at either side of the value chains, either on the offtake side or on the input side. Yep, almost done. Second question is, and by the way, related point is that technologies tend to need to be bundled in order to be competitive. Fintech solutions on their own won't work. Typically, the models that we've seen work are bundling of services, where you see fintech, extension, logistics, advisory, all of those services bundled into one and driven by the large-scale buyers back into their value chains. The second is who's going to pay. And obviously it's consumers who are going to pay ultimately, but large sums of investment are needed now. Where are those large sums going to come from? Agricultural development banks will play a big part, but what are the mechanisms that help bring big food companies into this system to make the investments necessary to convert smallhold systems from where they are now to where they are going to need to be? And this is not necessarily, I don't think, a space that is a comfortable space for policymakers. Working with large-scale firms, people tend to want to see their funds going to the local businesses, small-scale farmers, but they're not the ones who are going to drive the change. It's the large-scale companies in the global food system who are going to drive that change. And the third is, where do we allocate these scarce resources? And marginal farmland is going to become even more marginal. So how much money do we spend on propping up ultimately unviable farming areas versus how do we increase a focus on high quality farmland which is likely to be able to cope better and should be prioritised. So I'll leave you with those thoughts and one other. Just that for Cambodia, climate change is a double-edged sword. So obviously on the downside, smallholder farming, which has always been precarious, is becoming more so. Some land, as I've said, is going to become unviable, and you just need to look at the lower Mekong and the Vietnam Delta and the salination that's going on there to see that happening in real time. So there's going to need to be greater ability to survive crop failures, potentially for multiple years in between those periods when farmers actually turn a profit. But it's also an opportunity. Global firms are becoming more focused on supply chain security and diversification than they are on margins. So margins will be less of an issue than supply chain security, and that's an opportunity for Cambodia, which has had problems with competitiveness in the past. The diversification drive of large-scale companies could do a lot for investment in Cambodia. I'll leave my comments there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, our distinguished panelists, for sharing with us your experiences, your initiatives, and efforts your institutions have taken to promote climate smart agriculture practices and their positive impact, the positive impact that they have made for better farming and less impact on our planet. Definitely, you also shared with us a very important aspect. How can we make agriculture or farming more smart? Not just to face the change of climate, but to keep farming sustainable and strong. So now we'll move to the final part of this session, questions. I have a number of questions. If the audience have any questions for our distinguished panelists, please. Can I raise hands if any interested? There is one gentleman over there, right in the center, the third row, yeah? Can you please tell us your name and to whom would you like to direct your question, please?
Hi, I'm Abhay Patnaik. I would like to direct the question to Prakash Kumar.
Can you keep it closer to your mouth, please? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. My question is, you have seen the globally synchronized euro-dollar system and a dollar shortage today, currency devaluation across the globe. How do you envisage the funding into climate smart practices as capital flows away from Asia and other emerging economies? Nobody has discussed so far this question. I would like to hear from you.
Thank you very much for your question. Please.
Yeah, point is valid. Providing concessional funding for climate practices is very, very important in the overall scheme of things. From Indian perspective, we have a very well-developed capital market, debt market, and the bank's ecosystem, as I mentioned, is very, very active. But yes, we do require global funding from the perspective of bringing down the cost of lending. And this has always been a challenge. We are trying to develop a green bond ecosystem also in the country where investments can happen at a concessional rate. We are looking at philanthropic funds also as a matter of getting some lending finance. Of course, we are in discussion with GCF for having a facility where some concessional funds can come from there, which we can blend with our commercial funds and provide funding. So yes, this is one of the biggest challenge because if you have to incentivize investments in the climate finance, climate related areas and green financing areas, the funding has to be provided at maybe a lower than the commercial rates to make it more effective and incentivize the people, both agriculture as well as small industries, to make these investments. So this, I understand, this is one of the biggest challenge that we are also facing. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Any more questions from the audience? No, I have a number of questions here. I collected, as I said at the beginning, from a number of the audience, and I've set them in different formats. First question will go to Mr. Saud, please. Your institution, Fiji Development Bank, has secured funding from the Green Climate Fund for the agro-photovoltaic project. Can you explain how this project contributes to climate-smart agriculture practice, please?
Thank you very much. I was going to go to sleep for a minute, but anyway, yeah, so my brother is already telling me that time is up. I have not even started. Agro-PV, it's a one-of-a-kind project, and I think GCF has really supported us. The concept behind the agro-PV is very simple. Normally when you see solar panels, they're mounted on the ground. And this particular one is basically being tested at 2 meters height, which basically gives you the 2 meter space between the ground as well as the top of the roof panel, which basically allows you to grow some of these agriculture cash crops on the bottom. And that's how it's called the smart agriculture or the climate, the agro-PV project. The reason is because while we are providing the renewable energy to some of those factories in the very remote area of Fiji, at the same time, the women entrepreneurs or the farmers who are actually supporting their livelihoods, they are actually growing the vegetables under that solar panels. So it's a win-win situation for both for the organizations as well as for the local communities. So I think it's been a very unique sort of a project. This is first of a kind which is happening in Pacific, and I hope that the success will translate into some other parts of the Pacific as well as the rest of the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a brief answer. Building on that, may I ask Ms. Caroline, please? With the Philippines Department of Agriculture allocating significant funds towards climate resilience and smart agriculture practices, and I can mention a number of projects, aquaponics, climate resilience rice, and rainwater harvesting. What strategies can development banks employ to ensure effective allocation and utilization of these funds? If you share with us, please.
Like the Fiji Development Bank, we are also an accredited partner of the Green Climate Fund. And right now, we are developing some projects to be proposed to the Green Climate Fund Committee that will address more modern farm technologies supporting resiliency in agriculture.
That's it. Thank you very much. Mr. Prakash, I know you're not into agriculture, but you are supporting or funding SMEs in technologies. Can you share with us your experience in financing SMEs with technology that might agriculture sector benefits from?
So I'll look from a different perspective. So there are in India a very good agri-tech infrastructure which is coming up. Most of these entities are working in innovative space. And what they require in terms of funding is equity funding. So as DFI, SIDBI, we are also running the Government of India Startup Fund of Fund, through which we have invested in almost 140 alternate investment funds as a main anchor investor. And with GCF also, we have negotiated as an agency, accredited agency, an investment in one of the agri-tech focused private equity fund. I see that this investment which is happening in innovative areas is a must, and this will actually fire up a lot of innovations in agri-tech, in smart climate practices, etc. And this needs to be supported in a big way. From the other piece of funding, the normal debt funding, I guess the capacity of the bankers need to be built. And as I said, in India, there's a very vibrant commercial banking sector which does most of the funding. DFIs have very limited role there. Because our balance sheet or even other DFI's balance sheet in terms of total credit in the country is very, very minuscule. Most of the funding happens through commercial banks and non-bank financial companies. But DFIs have a big role to play in terms of building the capacities of the lenders to take up these projects, climate smart projects. And our experience in providing guarantee support through Ministry of MSME or a risk-sharing facility in which we had a very good experience of providing the risk-sharing support to the banks through which they could lend a large sum of money through energy service companies, which was a completely new thing which is happening in the country. So these kinds of innovations in funding, I think as a DFI, we have a big role to play. How to get those banks who are risk averse to come forward and lend to the small businesses and agri sector.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quite sufficient. My final question here to Paul. Collaboration is crucial for scaling climate smart agriculture practices. Do you have any examples that you can share with us, partnership between governments, private sectors, shown solid outcomes?
Yeah, thanks for the question. One of the best examples, I think, was a collaboration between GSMA, Global Mobile Systems Association, the Sri Lankan government, and a very large exporter of spices and other products. What drives changes in value chains ultimately is either price or market access. And firms are never going to change existing practices unless there's a price differential in there for them, or whether it's a market entry requirement. So in this case, the firm was motivated by entry into premium markets, the European market. They worked with a government agricultural advisory service, included that into a mobile subscription, and the technology was provided by the GSMA. They did a value chain analysis, identified where greenhouse gases were being, did a greenhouse gas audit of the supply chain, and rolled that out to around 10,000 farmers in their network. And it's really only at that scale where you can get, that scale and above, where you can get the economies of scale to make investment in technology worthwhile. So yeah, that's one example. Though there are lots and lots of others, but ultimately it doesn't happen at the farm level. It doesn't happen at the individual, at the small firm level. It really is driven by market access and fundamentally, underlying price signals are really the only two things which drive uptake.
Thank you, Paul, very much. I think we all agree climate smart agriculture is about three big wins. How can we make our farms produce more, withstand the change of climate, and less impact on our planet? Keeping that in mind, by 2050, I think the world has to produce 50% more food to cater for the population growth. So if we carry on the way we do farming now, that will have catastrophic impact on our planet. And definitely smart practices, climate smart practice, agriculture practices, by adopting those practices such as agroforestry, agroecology, precision agriculture, and so forth, can have substantial impact, can reduce the footprint of world farming. And definitely development banks can play that role, can contribute, can help make that difference to make our planet more safer and make agriculture more smarter. So with that, we conclude our this afternoon's second session, Climate Smart Practices, with thanking our panelists, Mr. Saud Munam, Fiji Development Bank, Chief Executive Officer, and of course the ADFIAP Chairman, Ms. Caroline Olfando, Senior Vice President, Development Bank of the Philippines, Mr. Prakash Kumar, Deputy Managing Director, Small Industries Development Bank of India, and Mr. Paul, Deputy Facility Director, Cambodia, Australia Partnership Resilient Economic Development. Thank you very much all, and thanks to you all being patient with the presentation and the thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Mohammed Al-Ghassani, for your moderating the panel discussion, as well as extend a very thankful to all the four speakers that share your opinion and the presentation to the audience today. And now I would like to ask you for your rise and step up a little bit forward to the stage. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Anna Mendiola, ADFIAP Board Member, CEO, Federated States of Micronesia Development Bank, to come on stage and present the certificate and token of appreciation to the moderator and the speakers. Please welcome. To extend a gratitude and thank you to the moderator, Engineering Mohammed Al Ghashani, and the panelists, Mr. Saud Minam, Ms. Caroline Olfindo, Mr. Prakash Kumar, and Mr. Polkok for sharing such valuable insights on climate smart practices for the panel discussion in the second topic for the meeting this afternoon. We hope all the participant audience will get a very informative sharing session from this panel discussion. And if you have further questions, you feel free to come directly to our moderator and speaker during the dinner as well. Thank you. Once again, can I invite everyone on stage to have a group photo? Please remain on stage and have a group photo. Once again, thank you so much for the moderator and the panelists as well as the presenter. And now I would like to have a 15-minute break for all the participants. Please come back at 4:15 sharply so we can resume another session for today's meetings. Thank you.
Agriculture plays a key role in global and local sustainable development. The way we produce and consume food contributes greatly to climate change. At least 1/3 of total global greenhouse emissions from human activities can be attributed to the way we produce, process, transport, and package food. Expansion of agricultural commodities is the largest driver of deforestation worldwide, and food systems remain a key contributor to global nature loss with profound implications for people. Food systems are key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. A substantial funding is essential for transforming food systems to achieve climate mitigation. The prime mission of ADFIAP is to advance sustainable development by strengthening the development finance function in institutions, enhancing capacity of members and its human resources, and advocating development finance innovations across the Asia-Pacific. Cambodian agriculture is in the midst of a rapid transformation. This was driven by the use of new technologies and quality fertilizers, expanded irrigation, and better access to mechanized services and markets. Cambodia has been at the forefront of adopting the latest agricultural technologies in areas such as water management, drip irrigation, sprinkler systems, and water sensors. Precision agriculture systems, including GPS, remote sensing, and drones, have been embraced by farmers to collect key data on soil conditions, crop health, and pest infestation. The widespread use of smartphones has also allowed farmers to access agricultural information through various mobile applications. However, the productivity of most small farms remain low. Although these farms increase their income, it was achieved through higher rice prices and from wages earned outside of their own farms. Since 2013, Cambodia's rice production has flattened. This was due to the deceleration in land expansion, bad weather, falling global rice prices, and the tightening of competition among rice producers. The 47th ADFIAP annual meetings in 2024 emphasize on the theme of DFI's role in sustainable finance ecosystem. Cultivating a climate-smart and sustainable future is designed to facilitate an insightful, engaging, focused, and timely exchange of ideas, strategies, experiences, and practices in development finance, and will focus on food systems and agriculture, which are both major sources and victims of climate change. The meeting aims to highlight the intersection of agriculture, technology, climate-smart practices, and sustainable development. The theme encompasses the following key aspects of redefining agriculture, climate-smart practices, technology-enabled solutions or agri-fintech, sustainable development goals, partnership and collaboration in policy and investment frameworks. The theme aims to inspire dialogue, collaboration, and action among stakeholders to unlock the potential of agriculture, technology, and sustainable practices in building a climate-smart future and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The agenda also includes special interest sessions on Cambodia's rice sector development in serving the food security. The royal government of Cambodia is committed to combating climate change and accelerating the transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient sustainable economy. The Cambodian Climate Financing Facility Program has been approved by Green Climate Fund in March 2024 to address cross-cutting goals include accelerating implementation of the country's nationally determined commitment, scaling up climate finance, and lowering greenhouse gas emissions while boosting climate resilience. The Cambodia Climate Financing Facility Program consists of the $100 million lending facility. The CCFF will be capitalized with concessional funding from the Green Climate Fund, as well as co-financing from the Ministry of Economy and Finance and other co-financers. It will be administered by the Agricultural and Rural Development Bank, with Mekong Strategic Capital providing independent investment advisory support as the co-executing entity for the CCFF. This program provides long-term, blended climate finance to local financial institutions and private sector actors to address financial knowledge, capacity, and technology gaps hindering the uptake of targeted climate projects in Cambodia. The 47th ADFIAP annual meetings on the theme of DFI's role in sustainable finance ecosystem. Cultivating a climate-smart and sustainable future, share best practices, innovations, and solutions for enhancing the resilience and sustainability of food production and consumption. These meetings focus on the role of technology and innovation in enhancing agricultural productivity, improving food security, and promoting rural development, which are aligned national food systems and agricultural policies with climate action plans to unlock the potential of agriculture, technology, and sustainable practices in building a climate-smart future and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This video is a collaborative production between ARDB and the ADFIAP Secretariat. Agriculture plays a key role in global and local sustainable development. The way we produce and consume food contributes greatly to climate change. At least 1/3 of total global greenhouse emissions from human activities can be attributed to the way we produce, process, transport, and package food. expansion of agricultural commodities is the largest driver of deforestation worldwide, and food systems remain a key contributor to global nature loss with profound implications for people. Food systems are key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. A substantial funding is essential for transforming food systems to achieve climate mitigation. The prime mission of ADFIAP is to advance sustainable development by strengthening the development finance function in institutions, enhancing capacity of members and its human resources, and advocating development finance innovations across the Asia-Pacific. Cambodian agriculture is in the midst of a rapid transformation. This was driven by the use of new technologies and quality fertilizers, expanded irrigation, and better access to mechanized services and markets. Cambodia has been at the forefront of adopting the latest agricultural technologies in areas such as water management, drip irrigation, sprinkler systems, and water sensors. Precision agriculture systems, including GPS, remote sensing, and drones, have been embraced by farmers to collect key data on soil conditions, crop health, and pest infestation. The widespread use of smartphones has also allowed farmers to access agricultural information through various mobile applications. However, the productivity of most small farms remained low. Although these farms increased their income, it was achieved through higher rice prices and from wages earned outside of their own farms. Since 2013, Cambodia's rice production has flattened. This was due to the deceleration in land expansion, bad weather, falling global rice prices, and the tightening of competition among rice producers. The 47th ADFIAP annual meetings in 2024 emphasize on the theme of DFI's role in sustainable finance ecosystem. Cultivating a climate-smart and sustainable future is designed to facilitate an insightful, engaging, focused, and timely exchange of ideas, strategies, experiences, and practices in development finance, and will focus on food systems and agriculture, which are both major sources and victims of climate change. The meeting aims to highlight the intersection of agriculture, technology, climate-smart practices, and sustainable development. The theme encompasses the following key aspects of redefining agriculture, climate-smart practices, technology-enabled solutions or agri-fintech, sustainable development goals, partnership and collaboration in policy and investment frameworks. The theme aims to inspire dialogue, collaboration, and action among stakeholders to unlock the potential of agriculture, technology, and sustainable practices in building a climate-smart future and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The agenda also includes special interest sessions on Cambodia's rice sector development in serving the food security. The royal government of Cambodia is committed to combating climate change and accelerating the transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient sustainable economy. The Cambodian Climate Financing Facility Program has been approved by Green Climate Fund in March 2024 to address cross-cutting goals include accelerating implementation of the country's nationally determined commitment, scaling up climate finance, and lowering greenhouse gas emissions while boosting climate resilience. The Cambodia Climate Financing Facility Program consists of the $100 million lending facility. The CCFF will be capitalized with concessional funding from the Green Climate Fund, as well as co-financing from the Ministry of Economy and Finance and other co-financers. It will be administered by the Agricultural and Rural Development Bank, with Mekong Strategic Capital providing independent investment advisory support as the co-executing entity for the CCFF. This program provides long-term, blended climate finance to local financial institutions and private sector actors to address financial knowledge, capacity, and technology gaps hindering the uptake of targeted climate projects in Cambodia. The 47th ADFIAP annual meetings on the theme of DFI's role in sustainable finance ecosystem. cultivating a climate-smart and sustainable future, share best practices, innovations, and solutions for enhancing the resilience and sustainability of food production and consumption. These meetings focus on the role of technology and innovation in enhancing agricultural productivity, improving food security, and promoting rural development, which are aligned national food systems and agricultural policies with climate action plans to unlock the potential of agriculture, technology, and sustainable practices in building a climate-smart future and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This video is a collaborative production between ARDB and the ADFIAP Secretariat. Agriculture plays a key role in global and local sustainable development. The way we produce and consume food contributes greatly to climate change. At least 1/3 of total global greenhouse emissions from human activities can be attributed to the way we produce, process, transport, and package food. Expansion of agricultural commodities is the largest driver of deforestation worldwide, and food systems remain a key contributor to global nature loss with profound implications for people. Food systems are key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. A substantial funding is essential for transforming food systems to achieve climate mitigation. The prime mission of ADFIAP is to advance sustainable development by strengthening the development finance function in institutions, enhancing capacity of members and its human resources, and advocating development finance innovations across the Asia-Pacific. Cambodian agriculture is in the midst of a rapid transformation. This was driven by the use of new technologies and quality fertilizers, expanded irrigation, and better access to mechanized services and markets. Cambodia has been at the forefront of adopting the latest agricultural technologies in areas such as water management, drip irrigation, sprinkler systems, and water sensors. Precision agriculture systems, including GPS, remote sensing, and drones, have been embraced by farmers to collect key data on soil conditions, crop health, and pest infestation. The widespread use of smartphones has also allowed farmers to access agricultural information through various mobile applications. However, the productivity of most small farms remain low. Although these farms increased their income, it was achieved through higher rice prices and from wages earned outside of their own farms. Since 2013, Cambodia's rice production has flattened. This was due to the deceleration in land expansion, bad weather, falling global rice prices, and the tightening of competition among rice producers. The 47th ADFIAP annual meetings in 2024 emphasize on the theme of DFI's role in sustainable finance ecosystem. Cultivating a climate-smart and sustainable future is designed to facilitate an insightful, engaging, focused, and timely exchange of ideas, strategies, experiences, and practices in development finance, and will focus on food systems and agriculture, which are both major sources and victims of climate change. The meeting aims to highlight the intersection of agriculture, technology, climate-smart practices, and sustainable development. The theme encompasses the following key aspects of redefining agriculture, climate-smart practices, technology-enabled solutions or agri-fintech, Sustainable Development Goals, partnership and collaboration in policy and investment frameworks. The theme aims to inspire dialogue, collaboration, and action among stakeholders to unlock the potential of agriculture, technology, and sustainable practices in building a climate-smart future and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The agenda also includes special interest sessions on Cambodia's rice sector development in serving the food security. The royal government of Cambodia is committed to combating climate change and accelerating the transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient sustainable economy. The Cambodian Climate Financing Facility Program has been approved by Green Climate Fund in March 2024 to address cross-cutting goals include accelerating implementation of the country's nationally determined commitment, scaling up climate finance, and lowering greenhouse gas emissions while boosting climate resilience. The Cambodia Climate Financing Facility Program consists of the $100 million lending facility. The CCFF will be capitalized with concessional funding from the Green Climate Fund, as well as co-financing from the Ministry of Economy and Finance and other co-financers. It will be administered by the Agricultural and Rural Development Bank, with Mekong Strategic Capital providing independent investment advisory support as the co-executing entity for the CCFF. This program provides long-term, blended climate finance to local financial institutions and private sector actors to address financial knowledge, capacity, and technology gaps hindering the uptake of targeted climate projects in Cambodia. The 47th ADFIAP annual meetings on the theme of DFI's role in sustainable finance ecosystem, cultivating a climate-smart and sustainable future, share best practices, innovations, and solutions for enhancing the resilience and sustainability of food production and consumption. These meetings focus on the role of technology and innovation in enhancing agricultural productivity, improving food security, and promoting rural development, which are aligned national food systems and agricultural policies with climate action plans to unlock the potential of agriculture, technology, and sustainable practices in building a climate-smart future and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This video is a collaborative production between ARDB and the ADFIAP Secretariat. Agriculture plays a key role in global and local sustainable development. The way we produce and consume food contributes greatly to climate change. At least 1/3 of total global greenhouse emissions from human activities can be attributed to the way we produce, process, transport, and package food. Expansion of agricultural commodities is the largest driver of deforestation worldwide, and food systems remain a key contributor to global nature loss with profound implications for people. Food systems are key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. A substantial funding is essential for transforming food systems to achieve climate mitigation. The prime mission of ADFIAP is to advance sustainable development by strengthening the development finance function in institutions, enhancing capacity of members and its human resources, and advocating development finance innovations across the Asia-Pacific. Cambodian agriculture is in the midst of a rapid transformation. This was driven by the use of new technologies and quality fertilizers, expanded irrigation, and better access to mechanized services and markets. Cambodia has been at the forefront of adopting the latest agricultural technologies in areas such as water management, drip irrigation, sprinkler systems, and water sensors. Precision agriculture systems, including GPS, remote sensing, and drones, have been embraced by
engaging panel discussion. Our next discussion, as I mentioned, focuses on technology-enabled solution, agri-fintech. And we are looking forward to an insightful discussion on leveraging technology to drive innovation in agriculture and financial services. Now, I would like to hand over the role to our moderator. Please welcome on stage Ms. Chering Om, Chief Executive Officer, Bhutan Development Bank. Please welcome.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Without much delay, I would like to invite Mr. Manilo, Vice President of Product Development and Innovation and Chief Innovation Officer at Card SME Bank on the stage. May I invite Mr. Manilo on the stage? Following Mr. Manilo, may I invite Mr. Govardhan, Deputy Managing Director of National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. May I also have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Robert Bastillo, Chief Executive Officer of the Small Business Corporations. Today's session, themed Technology-Enabled Solution, Agri-FinTech, serve as an important platform for the discussion and demonstration of cutting-edge technological solutions to drive climate-smart and sustainable agriculture. Our focus lies in shedding light on how agri-fintech can tackle significant challenges, including access to finance, market linkages, climate informations, and the promotion of sustainable agriculture practices. Our distinguished speakers here will each deliver a 5-minute presentation pertinent to the topic. I'm confident their insights will prove invaluable to our understanding. So let us embark on this journey of exploration and knowledge sharing. May I invite Mr. Manilo to present his insights to our audience here.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm sure we are all refreshed. Excellencies, distinguished members of ADFIAP and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first introduce myself and the company I represent. My name is Manolo Martinez. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for Card MRI. And as of the moment, I am representing Card SME Bank, one of the banks under Card MRI. Card MRI is one of the biggest microfinance conglomerate in the Philippines. We've been in the business for 36 years. We're serving about 9 million members nationwide across the Philippines. Our total loan portfolio stands at 440 billion, or about $800 million. And of course, we are in the forefront of eradicating poverty in the Philippines. Okay, I have the remote here. Okay. Let me just give a brief, what is the state of agriculture in the Philippines as of the moment. Of course, our agriculture industry comprises of crops, livestock, poultry, and fisheries. In 2021, agriculture workers accounted for a quarter of the total workforce, which is equivalent to 10.66 million individuals. So it's quite actually a lot. In 2022, it generated a gross value added of about 1.78 trillion Philippine pesos. This is equivalent to about 9% of the country's total GDP. But if you look at item number 4, the contribution of the GDP for the past 5 years or 6 years, in 2018, it stood at 9.7%. In 2019, it's 9.2%. And during the pandemic in 2020, it stood at 10.2%. And in 2021, it's 9.6%. So if you notice the figures, considering that the GDP, the Philippines GDP is slightly increasing, either these statistics, the contribution of agriculture is stagnant at its pace or probably declining at a bit. So with this, I think there are a lot of things to be done in terms of promoting the agriculture industry in the Philippines. Now, what are the initiatives that currently doing in the Philippines? In November of 2023, our National Economic Development Advisory
has approved a budget of 100 million pesos to fund for 25 innovation projects. And 5 of these innovation projects are geared towards promoting or developing our agriculture industry. Let me just give a run-through of some of the technology that were funded. By the way, most of these projects were proposed by state universities. So these are students who are creating innovations, who are creating technology for our agriculture projects. Of course, one of them is the onion storage system using the controlled temperature and automatic airflow mechanism. This is basically a technology that they're going to explore on how to effectively and prolong the life of onions. Another one is the project GeoMap, which is from the Samar State University. It is a geospatial mapping and information system for precision farming and smart agriculture. So this is basically mapping all of the agricultural lands of the Philippines. Another project, which in acronym it's called TABU. It is a mobile application as an e-commerce tool for the agriculture industry in Eastern Visayas. Although currently it is being used in that particular area, but I think this is scalable. Basically, this is linkages, so linking the farmers directly to the buyers. So it doesn't have to pass through traders. Of course, enhancement and deployment of smarter pest identification technology through mobile application development by UP Los Baños. As we all know, different types of pests, require different types of pesticides. Not one pesticide is applicable to all types of pests. Now, this technology would identify through the mobile application what kind of pest and what kind of chemical that is needed to eliminate that pest. It will also identify pests that are good for the crops themselves. So it is easier now for the farmer to use to identify pests in their crops. And one of the last, this is actually quite a mouthful. This is an artificial intelligence for impact-based forecasting and early warning system for inclusive finance and strengthening of local economic development in rice-based farming communities. So they are now utilizing artificial intelligence or AI to do forecasting and early warning devices, early warning system for weather and financing and all of those things. So we hope, I think the target for the completion of these projects is in the next 1 or 2 years. Okay, now in terms of Card SME Bank, we are now currently testing a technology which we hope that we can help, that can help our client farmers to do precision farming. We call it the AgriSense. It is actually an advanced soil testing or soil sampling and enrichment technology. Okay. So let's state the problem. What is the current problem right now in terms of soil database? It is outdated, it is inadequate, and it is not easily accessible to our agriculturists, farmers, and other stakeholders such as banks or lenders, or even crop insurance providers. So what we hope to achieve with this technology is that the solution that they are proposing, so it is a real-time, data-driven soil testing technology that is accessible to agriculturists, farmers, and stakeholders. Okay, so how does the model work? This is how the technology model. Of course, they will be providing soil sensors and then plus soil lab. So this will practically identify the soil fertility, the soil loss sensor, and soil nutrient sensors. So it is actually a mobile-based application that can be easily deployed among the farmers. Now, with all the data gathered from all the farms within a particular area, this will be stored in a cloud, wherein all the stakeholders will have access, including banks and lenders and crop insurers. So what does that mean? It is now, the farmer can now easily identify, what are the necessary fertilizers to use, what are the necessary irrigation that can be used using the data that are gathered from the sensors that they are going to use. So what are the data output that will be coming from this, this particular technology? Demographics and data references, soil sensor and lab results, data analysis, of course, and 4 is also important, is the crop risk assessment. With all of these data analyzed through analytics, of course, we will now know that, you know, if a particular crop will yield a very good harvest during the harvest season using AI, okay, or machine learning. So currently we are testing it because right now we are still determining what would be the licensing agreement with the tech provider and how are we going to deploy it to our farmers, whether we buy it ourselves or we subscribe ourselves and offer it free to the farmers, or probably some farmers would group themselves and buy the technology and, you know, use the technology. So we are not we are in that stage, and of course we want to see also some use cases, the actual use and pilot tests from this technology. Okay, and then the last part of the slides, of course, we all know about this, you know, positive impact of technology or agri-technology. Of course, through precision farming, automated machinery, and IoT-enabled sensors, it optimizes the resource utilization of farmers, which translates to higher crop yields and improved efficiency in agriculture operations. Number 2, sustainability and environmental benefits. Of course, through agri-tech, it promotes sustainable farming practices by reducing chemical usage, minimizing soil erosion, and of course, conserving water. Technology like, you know, drip irrigation, soil sensors will help make farmers data-driven decisions, and of course, reduce environmental impact while maintaining productivity. Number 3, innovation and adaptation to climate change, of course, through innovations such as drought-resistant crops, climate-smart agriculture practices, and greenhouse automation. It will help farmers adapt to changing environmental agriculture and become more resilient and sustainable in the face of increasingly unpredictable weather platforms. Okay. Cost reduction through agri-tech. We can streamline the processes and minimize resource wastage. Agri-tech also help reduce production costs for farmers. No, of course, this will eventually improve their economic situation. Access to information and market opportunities through the use of this app and other agri-tech. Of course, farmers will have access to information like weather, market prices, and all of those things. And importantly, number 5 is risk mitigation and improve financial access. Of course, if banks, lenders, and insurers could have a look at the risk assessment of a particular borrower or farmer, it would be a lot easier for them to make sound decisions in providing loan to our farmers. And let me just end my presentation with a very good quote from no less than George Washington. You know, agriculture is the most beautiful, most useful, and most noble employment of man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Love. May I now invite Mr. Govardhan to share your insights with the audience here. I would like to request you to be a little bit mindful of the time, the 5 minutes time that is allocated.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, sincere thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity on a very important topic which is of relevance to everybody, not only one country, one geography, but for the entire planet. And coming to today's topic, before coming to today's topic, I'd like to introduce myself and my organization, a very brief one in that. My name is Govardhan Rawat. I am representing NABARD, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. It's a Development Financial Institution, Apex Development Financial Institution in India, looking after agriculture and rural development sector. As far as the role that we are playing, it's a multifaceted role, right from credit planning for each and every province and the development unit of each and every province across the country, to ensuring the flow of credit in the rural segment under priority sector, to providing refinance assistance to the entire rural financial institutions and the financial institutions to supplement their credit requirements, developmental activities related to development of various enterprising activities, livelihood activities, and also institutional development, especially the rural financial institutions. Apart from that, we have a very, very important role in supervision of the rural financial institutions. In the developmental activities, we are doing a host of activities, right from agriculture sector to the climate change aspects. We are also a direct access entity for Green Climate Fund. We are working with a host of MDBs in our area of expertise related to agri and rural development. And NABARD is also implementing many schemes on behalf of Government of India and along with Government of India. One of the biggest projects that we are implementing right now is computerization and digitization of 70,000 cooperative credit societies in India. So once they are digitized, once they are computerized, it will change the way the credit delivery and various type of services in the rural segment take place in India. So coming to the topic for today, related to the solutions that the agri-tech and the fintech can provide. Actually, why there is a need. So if you see the demography of the Asia and Asia Pacific, so we have a population of around 50%, and we have a land holding of only about 20%. And if you see in the context of India, we have around 2.4% of land holding, and we are getting to a huge population, about 17% of the world population. Another important area to see is majority of the farmers in Asia and Asia Pacific, including India, are small and marginal farmers. So if you see, I mean, this has come for discussion in earlier topics also. I'll not take much time on that, but it's a fact that when it comes to small and marginal farmers, small land holding, the scale of economy, availability of resources, their capacity to adopt technology, their capacity to access different types of services, it becomes very difficult. Another area related to it is that as we grow, the entire world or India or the Asia Pacific, there is going to be an encroachment in the land holding that we have. So there will be lesser and lesser land holding, more and more population to feed. So there is a serious issue related to security, food security, and nutritional security also. So going forward, we'll have to produce a lot more with a lot lesser resources. So how that is possible, how that can be achieved? So that is the key area that we are trying to address. And if we have to achieve that, if you have to achieve those type of problems and address those solutions, then I think technology will be a key factor. So in terms of why we will need agri-tech and fintech companies to assist in providing solution to many of the issues that agriculture is facing, will be one is related to finance. And it's not only access to finance, it's access to finance at affordable cost. That is more important. Suppose a bank is providing agri loan at 7% or 6%, but if getting that loan takes a lot more cost, lot more visit to the bank, lot more visit to the branches, then the actual cost will be much more than the lending cost that is at around 6%. So it's just not access to finance, but it is also access to finance at a reasonable and affordable cost. That is what we are looking at. That can happen through technology, agri-technology, or the fintech companies that we have. Second part is related to the efficiency part of it. So how do we optimize the limited resources that we have, be it irrigation, be it credit, be it different types of other inputs. So if you don't utilize optimization of the limited resources that we have, then it's going to be a challenge. So technology is going to play a very important role in improving the efficiency aspect also. Everything related to availability, related to utilization, related to productivity. So all these aspects, technology is going to play a very important role. Another very important area is related to the risk management part of it. So right from the crop insurance, if you are talking about the weather-based insurance, if we are relying on different type of risk mitigation measures, doing it in the traditional way is going to be a very, very big challenge. So if you want to address those issues, those risk mitigation measures, again, technology is going to play a very, very important role. So this was the basic aspect that why we are looking at agri or fintech companies to provide solutions to different type of issues that the agri and the rural sector currently is facing. If you see the Indian context overall, so all of you know, during the last few years, India has been growing at a very rapid pace. We are now the 5th largest economy in the world. And one of the reasons for this faster growth in our economy is because of the digital transformation that our country has undergone. So these are some of the numbers. So if you see some of these numbers over here, it indicates that how India has adopted digital in a big way in the last decade or so. I'll not discuss much on this, just the reference point, how this has been possible. So this digital transformation in India has been possible on account of a very, very strong digital public infrastructure. And one of the beneficiaries of digital public infrastructure that we created in our country was the financial inclusion. So whatever we could achieve in terms of financial inclusion in a decade, in our earlier part, in the last decade, we have maybe 4 or 5 times more than that we have achieved in financial inclusion. So as we speak, what was the basis or what was the learning for this entire digital transformation that our country had? So it started with a very small intervention which was of scale across the country, was a unique identification number for each and every individual in the country called Aadhaar. It became an identification number. That identity led to its enablement of it being used as a Know Your Customer, KYC. And on top of that, we introduced a scheme for Jan Dhan accounts. So Aadhaar became an identity. This identity was used by banks for opening of accounts or KYC, and we introduced a scheme of Jan Dhan accounts, and this entire digital public infrastructure, it led to financial inclusion in a big way. Had we done it on a traditional method, it would have taken us almost 30-35 years to achieve what we have achieved in the last decade or so. So I think taking a clue from this, we want to adopt this digital public infrastructure, what we have achieved in agriculture sector also. So we are looking at this. I'll skip this. I will sum up. I'm just maybe take a couple of minutes more. So we are now looking at developing agri-stack on the lines of the digital public infrastructure that we created for our overall digital transformation. So we are trying to digitize farm, farmer and farming. Farm means the land holding, every land will be digitized, which will have a unique identity. Every farmer will have a unique ID, which will be taken from the Aadhaar based and other digital tool that we already have. And farming also, the crop that a farmer grows, that will also be digitized. And I think on top of this basic digitization of these three things, farm, farmer and farming, we are trying to provide different type of services to the entire agri sector. One is related to information. The information base across, whether it is related to crop advisory, whether it is related to various products, Government of India schemes, whether it is any type of information that a information provider wants to give, so that will be captured here. Similarly, another area we want to capture through is the finance. And third area we want to capture through and bring it in this agri-stack is the market part of it. So this is the area that we are looking at, and going into future on the lines of whatever we have developed in digital transformation in the entire economy, we want to bring the same type of transformation in the agriculture sector by digitizing the entire information base, market base, access to finance through this digital agriculture. That is what we are looking to future. Thank you. So I'll not discuss about some of the activities that NABARD is doing. I just briefed you all. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Rawat, for sharing your experience and your insights with the delegates here. May I now invite Mr. Robert to share your insights with the delegates present here.
Good afternoon. This afternoon, I'd like to share with you the initiatives we have undertaken in the field of digitalization and fintech as I introduce my company and its operations to you. We are the Small Business Corporation, the sole non-bank development financing arm of the Philippine government, specifically mandated to help micro, small, and medium enterprises by implementing comprehensive policies and programs to assist them in all areas, including but not limited to finance and information services, training, and marketing. Now, we have 6 target MSME segments that we assist right now, but these are on top of our natural markets. Our natural markets consist of the MSMEs in the urban centers where commercial, trade, and other economic activities are clustered. So these are our natural markets. However, there are many other MSMEs in outlying areas and sectors that we would like to bring to the ambit of financial inclusion. So these include, number 1, micro and small agri and aqua enterprises. Now, we don't really finance, unlike Land Bank, we don't really finance directly farm production activities solely. But we do finance those farm production activities that are oriented towards greater engagement with the markets and greater risk-taking propensities, like production of higher value crops, or engaging in the value chain, like increasing the value of their produce through various post-harvest handling and processing activities, or the transformation of their farm produce into another product for the market, and of course, those that are directly engaging the market. So we consider all of these as entrepreneurial, and therefore they are part of our financing activities. We also have small island economies. Now, the Philippines is made up of more than 7,600 islands, And there are many significant islands. There are many islands that have significant economic activities but are not reached easily by mainstream financing providers. We also have indigenous peoples enterprises. These are marginalized in marginalized sectors, typically in the upland areas. And we also have micro retailers, and these are typically the ones that are quote-unquote victimized by usurious money lenders because they they're not easily entertained by for the formal banking sector. They prefer to access fast but however expensive credit from informal money lenders. We also assist MSMEs requiring rehabilitation from disaster situations. Now, the Philippines is prone to natural hazards like typhoons, and occasionally there would be a lot of MSMEs affected adversely by these hazards, and we would be there to help them through various targeted or customized financing products. And we have first-time small borrowers. Now, what have we done so far in our digitalization journey? Okay, let me now, what have we done so far in our digitalization journey? In the middle of the pandemic in 2020, we set up we pivoted to a purely online loan application system. And by setting up our borrower registration system, which is really a loan application portal. And from there, we proceeded to evaluate loan applications, largely also through non-contact processes. And then we have, portfolio. We since then have developed portfolio and account monitoring tools for better program and account management so that we would know the real-time status of our borrowers, loan status, and of repayment as well. And recently, in the latter part of 2023, we launched our machine learning-based credit scoring model for micro loans, which will be used later on for small and medium-sized loans. What is this model? We evaluate immediately the application of a potential borrower by calculating the probability that they will default. And so based on the probability of default, we would make a decision as to whether we would lend and by how much. So this is an AI-driven credit scoring model that incorporated financial as well as non-financial parameters like socio-demographics, geographical, and other information about the borrower, which this model has enabled us to quickly evaluate loan applications, whereas before it would take us weeks to call or maybe sometimes visit and evaluate manually. Now we can complete the entire evaluation process within less than a day and proceed with the release of the loans within a week. Okay. All right. In the coming months, we are looking at the following directions to further enhance our service level to our borrowers. A mobile application development, of course, we are accessed right now through our website online. And then the model development for partner financial institutions. So this includes assisting our partner institutions, even develop like a credit scoring model that's AI-driven as well. And we have partner financial institutions because about half of our loan portfolio are lent through partner institutions like cooperatives, rural banks, microfinance institutions, and other credit delivery partners. And we'll be working closely with them in the future. And then the data-driven policy decisions and tailored fit product development. We are employing data analytics, large data analytics to evaluate our loan products, our target segments, and continuously develop loans and loan products for them. And then we will be entering into data sharing activities with other government agencies and partner institutions. And we have the Bridges program. This is a fintech-anchored initiative to benefit the agri and small island economy segments. Okay, so what is this? This basically consists of roving offices, like vans, container vans, fitted as tech-enabled mobile units, providing full menu of financing and support services. So these are satellite-powered internet with internet capability to ensure online connection even in the remote areas of the archipelago, as we are, as I said, an archipelago of more than 7,600 islands, so sometimes internet could be spotty in certain areas, especially in the outlying areas. So like these mobile offices, mobile vans, will be stationed in an area for about 6 months and then move on to another area. Okay, and those that will benefit most from this are those agri and small island economy segments. It's part of our priority segments. Now let me talk about fintech in the Philippines in general, as well as the advent of digital technologies in agriculture in the Philippines. Last I heard, there are more than 200 applications, digital apps in the Philippines now available to both producers, agri-producers, and consumers of agri-products. Now, of course, I will not discuss them here, but I would like to mention a few of the notable apps with links to financing portals or digital financing processes and fintech. So there's Cropital. This is a crowdfunding platform that puts together and matches investors with farmers that enroll in the system, and the investment will share in the profits after harvest. And then there are various banks, from small to bigger banks that have digitalized, of course, a portion or most of their entire lending process. Especially and providing special products, say for inputs and production financing. Of course, the lead banks are like Land Bank and the Development Bank of the Philippines, which you have heard earlier, that have digitalized substantially their lending operations. And there are, in fact, academe-developed apps providing information on weather, pest management, irrigation availability for farmers, and other parameters towards precision agriculture or smart agriculture. And one such application is what we call smarter approaches to reinvigorate agriculture as an industry, or SARAI. And this is led by the University of the Philippines at Los Baños and involves 11 other state universities and research institutions. It's a big team that has developed this app that farmers can access to gain information or mentoring or linkages to various service providers. Okay, so that's a mega app. Now, sorry, so, okay. All right, so the last two initiatives that we are looking at investing in two pioneering firms in agriculture in the Philippines that will be using digital applications. One is Rural Rising, that will put together producers and consumers in a platform, and it leverages on significant online social media influence, optimizing partnerships with institutional buyers and markets, and proven effective marketing and branding and sales strategies. And lastly, we are looking at partnering with Aggregate, investing in Aggregate, a whole-of-sector agri-fintech application that consolidates and provides under one platform the ability to redraw the agricultural landscape of the Philippines, ensuring data-driven agricultural production and appropriate reasonable prices or returns for all stakeholders in the market. It will also provide real-time satellite imaging of farms for validation of production commitments, a full menu of services from financing, logistics, and insurance, and a robust internal set of controls in data protection and competition rules and guidelines. In short, if this aggregate app will be adopted widely in the Philippines through subscription of farmers and consumer groups, we could correct the age-old structural imbalances and problems in an unregulated economy like the Philippines, where you have depressed farm prices on one hand, with supposedly glut of production, and then very high consumer prices on the other hand, because of the manipulation of trade channels that are operating in an oligopolistic or oligopsonistic informal market. So we hope to be able to correct that through massive enrollment in this type of system. So with that, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to share our initiatives. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. With this, the team panelists here would like to open for questions, if there are any questions from the delegates or the participants on the floor. There is somebody here. I would like to request you to introduce yourself first, and then also indicate who would you like to answer your question to.
Hi, I am Abhay. I would like to put this question to Mr. Govardhan. I would like you to elaborate on Kisan credit card and how much reach contact coverage is possible for the last mile in India.
So please, can you repeat
Kisan credit card, farmer's credit card.
Right.
How much coverage contact is possible through this initiative?
Okay, yeah, so as we speak today, we have about 130 million farmers in India, and about 80 million are covered under KCC. Still some way to go, but 80 millions are already covered under KCC.
Any more questions from the delegates on the floor? If there are no more questions from the floor, or if you can, tend to think of questions, maybe you can share with the organizations here, and they can share with us, so that we'll be able to give you our answers to your questions. With this, in the interest of time, maybe a very generic question to Mr. Robert from me. During lunch, we discussed a lot of topics on technology-based, how introduction of technology would be useful, especially in agriculture sector. Mr. Robert also shared his concept of infusion and diffusion of technology into the agriculture sector. This has really interested me, so I would like to request Mr. Robert to share this insight with the delegates here in the meeting today.
Okay, so you're asking about the diffusion, the technologies for smart agriculture in effect, and the diffusion of these technologies. Well, these are exciting times for agriculture because we have a lot of digital technologies available now to the farming sector that we could appropriately call smart agriculture, or more specifically precision agriculture, where we can actually reduce costs by targeting only portions of the farm needing intervention because of information gathered through satellites or images gathered by the farmers and fed into a system where the system can say, this is what you need for this particular section of your crop, things like those. These are smart agriculture and precision agriculture that could reduce cost, improve productivity, and help you better manage your farm. However, there is, of course, an issue about technology diffusion and adoption. And as we said, it's not really just a case of literacy or lack of education. It's also cultural. People like me, older generation, or those that are not used to digital applications would rather do things manually still. So there is a need to partner with institutions like MFI, who have a lot of member farmers that can handhold them in the diffusion process. A hopeful development is that in the Philippines, most people are used to online buying or online transactions already, online purchases. So it's just really a matter of extending that familiarity and comfort with online transactions from a personal perspective to a more complex undertaking like accessing information to make decisions about your farm and to identify a lot of the factors that affect your production and productivity. So sometimes, you know, when we're afraid of technology, our tendency is to just resort to experience and age-old practices, and we miss out on a lot of things.
Thank you. My next questions, if there are no questions from the participants here, is to Mr. What are the key challenges in integrating technologies into agriculture finance systems, and how do you think these challenges we can overcome these challenges? Because what I personally feel is introducing technology into agriculture, fintech is a big challenge for all of us.
Okay, thank you. Well, integrating technology into traditional farmers or traditional agriculture, it's, you know, there are challenges that we're facing. Basically, it's not just in agriculture. When we talk about technology, there are a lot of challenges. In our experience, when we launched our mobile banking application to our 9 million members, one of the biggest challenge that we faced then was the adoption. You know, a lot of our members are it's either they are resistant or hesitant in using the mobile application. And this is true also with agriculture. As like what my co-panelist here has mentioned, it has to do about culture and tradition. Because a lot of farmers in the Philippines are used to do farming in the traditional way. You know, they can tell you that, you know, what the condition of the soil is, you know, what would be a good weather in the coming months. So they rely on these things. Basically, they bank on their experience. So what we need to do in order to integrate technology and to promote, you know, precision agriculture or precision farming is really to change a mindset. We have to, our tech providers are those people who are developing technology for agriculture, would really have to provide solid use cases to these farmers, you know, so that they would understand that it is crucial that they adapt to the technology. Of course, you know, we respect the experience, the traditions and the culture, but times have changed. Times have changed. A lot of things have happened. You know, a lot of diseases has came up, as you know, during the 2020, a new pandemic has risen. It's also true for agriculture. So I think in order for us to really integrate it is, you know, again, use very, very strong and convincing use cases, and probably, you know, it probably may take some time, but you know, I'm optimistic, maybe not in my generation, but in the next generation to come, the farmers, not only in the Philippines and probably globally, would adopt. In terms of adoption, it is actually the big farmers, or the farmers, contract growers, etc., are slowly adapting to the two technologies. What the challenges that we are facing is really introducing technology to those small farmers who own maybe a hectare or so of farmland. And these are the very people that we really need to convince to integrate technology in their farming.
Thank you. And in the interest of time, and since Mr. Rawat has already taken a question from the floor, I will not have any questions for him. While I have a list of questions that I'll share with the panelists later, purely from the interest of time. So with this, we would like to thank all the participants for having your patience, listening to all our esteemed panelists.
I'll just supplement to what he answered.
Okay.
So if you don't have an answer question for me, I'll supplement what he said. So all I would say in terms of adoption of technology by especially the small and margin farmers is, how apt is your app or the solution, whether it is as easy as using a WhatsApp. So if that is the case, then the adoption rate will improve. So we have to be sure that whatever technology we are providing, it's easiest to use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rawat. So with this, we come to the end of our sessions. Thank you very much, the esteemed speakers here and the participants on the floor for bearing and listening to us and having patience with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Ms. Sharing our moderator and panelists, for a successful session for this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded our session 3, and now may I have the honor to invite Mr. Timo Pereira, ADFIAP board member, CEO, DFCC, Bank of Sri Lanka, to the stage to hand over the appreciation certificate to our moderator and panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are presenting the certificate of appreciation along with the appreciation of token to the moderator and the three panelists who has conducted the panel discussion for session 3 under the topic Technology Enable Solutions Agri Fintechs. So hope all participants will get a very detailed information as well as a very useful sharing from the moderator and the panelists as well. If you have further questions, feel free to take note and we can deliver to the speaker later. Once again, thank you so much to the panelists and the moderator. So up next, I would like to invite the moderator, panelists, and the certificate presenter. Please step forward a bit. Then we can have a group photo to conclude the session 3 of our panel discussion for this afternoon agenda. Thank you, and you may return to your seat.
Honorable guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have a long day, all of us. We have took multiple breaks, lunch, also listening to variety of topics regarding agriculture, technology, rice production, etc. But we have not concluded our session yet. There's still one more discussions, which is the session 4, which is the topic of sustainable development goals. So please allow our team just a few moments to set up some more chairs, especially the name tag of all our panelists and moderators.
And of course, after this last topic of a panel discussion, you all will have a little bit long break for 1 hour before we proceeding to our welcome dinner, which will be started at 7 p.m. So now we will go through the last topic of our panel discussion, which will be moderated by our honorable guest and will be joined by the speaker as well. And once again, if you have any question after you have gone through the discussion in the panel, please take note, please take note and bring to our team, or you can directly ask the panel. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we are ready for our next session. This session will explore the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the role of financial institutions in achieving them. So may I have the honor to invite our last moderator of today, Ms. Anita Yang, Director, Corporate Development and Operations, Momentous Global Canada. And our moderator will do the honor of continue to invite all of our panelists.
Hello. Well, thank you so much, and especially for being present, especially after a long day, much appreciated. I would like to bring up the panelists for the discussion on SDGs. First, we'll be inviting Mr. Akira Suzuki, the General Manager of Global Business Planning and Coordination Department from the Development Bank of Japan. And next, we have Mr. Sergey Vasilev, Advisor to the Chairman of the Board for the Eurasian Development Bank. And next, we have Dr. Ragnish, Additional Secretary for the Government of India, as well as the Development Commissioner for the Ministry of MSMEs. And finally, we have Mr. Mark Selby, Director of Climate Finance for the Mekong Strategic Capital. Thank you. Well, thank you everyone, especially for attending, as I said, the last session of the day. I hope this is going to be a very rejuvenating discussion just before we break for dinner. We have some very interesting panelists with us who are going to give their unique perspectives on the role of DFIs in achieving the SDGs. As you can see from today, from the many discussions from the different DFIs and key stakeholders here, that DFIs more than ever have a very critical role to play in achieving the SDGs. And so this session really is a unique opportunity for panelists here to share their own experiences of how they are working towards achieving the SDGs. So without further ado, I want to invite Dr. Suzuki here to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the final session for today, and I think some of you may be a little bit tired, but please allow me to introduce myself at first. My name is Akihiro Suzuki. I am Director of Overseas Business Planning Office of Development Bank of Japan. And I'm basically mainly responsible for drawing up business plan, international business plan of DBJ, and managing all investments and loans overseas. I am based in Tokyo, and there I'm based in Tokyo. But just for information to share with you, DBJ has its international office in Beijing and Singapore in terms of Asian region. Yes, Before starting my presentation, I'd like to say thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity to make a presentation in 47th ADFIAP annual meeting in this beautiful city here in Cambodia. It is a great honor for me, not only for me, but also for Development Bank of Japan. I really thank people from ADFIAP as organizer and people from ARDB as the host of this prestigious event. Today, to express my gratitude, I wear my blue jacket and a green tie, each of which represents beautiful Pacific Ocean and rich green forests in Asian countries, including Japan. Maybe no one has noticed it yet so far. But anyway, today in this session, just 5 minutes presentation time is allocated to me, so I can't go through the entire document due to the time constraint. So my plan is, after introducing the Development Bank of Japan's approach to a sustainable future, and then I am going to share with you one of our equity investment to an agricultural fund which tries to promote sustainable farming. Okay. At first, I quickly touch on the history of DBJ. The origins of DBJ are Japan Development Bank and another government financial institution, and both of which were established just after World War II. The two merged to form DBJ in 1999 as a government financial agency, and then becoming a joint stock company later on. And since the establishment of Japan Development Bank in 1951, we have provided long-term loans in response to Japan's various challenges from time to time, and starting with the recovery from the World War II, development of high-quality infrastructure in Japan, and strengthening the international competitiveness of Japan's industries, and so on and so forth. And sometimes DBJ coped with natural disasters and financial crisis by providing of money to the financial market. Before becoming a joint stock company, we mainly provided loans to projects and companies in Japan. But since 2008, we have shifted our focus to investment due to the change of our legal basis. And based on our vision for 2030, we are investing and financing globally to realize a sustainable future of Japan and the world. And this page shows that our current business strategy. We call this our GRIT strategy, G-R-I-T. In other words, we now focus on investing and lending to projects and companies which may contribute to green, resilience, innovation, and transition. Through this, we would like to achieve our national goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. And naturally, we are keenly aware of the SDGs in implementing this strategy. Now, let me briefly introduce one case study about equity investment in agricultural sector. Yeah. And as I pointed out in this presentation material, I didn't mention it during my presentation due to the time constraints, so please have a look at it later. Actually, it is very difficult to secure large cultivated land in mountainous country of Japan. We have a lot of mountains, and we have very small flat land in Japan. Therefore, it is very smart to use vertical space rather than horizontal space effectively to improve productivity of agriculture. Also, due to climate change, it has been getting more difficult to cultivate crops outdoors. So the highly automated plant factory option is very reasonable. In 2020, we invested in the Controlled Environment Food Fund created by Equilibrium Capital in the United States. And this fund invests in projects that, for example, this fund invests in projects that completely control CO2, temperature, and nutrition in greenhouse, and grow tomatoes up to a height of about 10 meters, and increase the yield per area to several times that of normal farmland. Of course, they produce cucumbers, lettuce, strawberries in a way that suits each of them and achieve high productivity. We are learning a lot from this fund right now. And these new forms of agriculture could be a solution to agricultural problem, not only in Japan, but also in Asia and Pacific countries, which do not have sufficient flat cultivated land due to geographic constraint. That's why I introduced this case study today here. Maybe I consumed a lot of time. Now time is running out. I should have been more punctual, sorry about that, but that's all from myself. Thank you very much for everyone.
Thank you so much. Next, I will invite Sergey to present from the Eurasian Development Bank.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I do represent Eurasian Development Bank, which is a multilateral development bank where membership consists of several countries of former Soviet Union. The focus of activities of our bank now in Central Asia. That's a map of Central Asia. You see 5 countries. Of these countries, Kazakhstan is a founding member of our bank. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan joined the bank later. Uzbekistan applied for membership last year, and Turkmenistan is in the process of preliminary discussions about membership. That's for good reason, because the economies of these 5 countries are heavily, not only economies, but ecosystems of these countries are to a large extent interconnected. As you see by the borders are very windy, and the problems are much the same in all of these countries. Let me tell a few words about the main features of Central Asian countries and problems. The first problem is that the landlocked geographical position. All the seas and seaports are far away from this region. The second problem is a very arid climate and insufficient water resources, which also is in stark contrast with, let's say, countries of Southeastern Asia. And the third problem is the prevalence of hydrocarbon power generation, which also for good reasons, because all these countries have big coal resources, and cheap and easily mined. It comes from the Soviet time when nobody thought about ecology and climate change. Thus, the primary priorities in this region do include creation of multimodal transport systems in order to improve export capacity of the region. And to a large extent, the efforts of our bank are aimed at transportation of agricultural products from this region to markets of the countries of the former Soviet Union. Our estimates show that These countries can produce enough vegetables and fruits to provide supply for all the countries of former Soviet Union because of the very good climate of the soil. The second issue is certainly the development of water-saving technologies and sectors. The biggest problem of Central Asia was that in its agriculture, the prevalent crop was cotton. And cotton is a very water-intensive product. And now there is a switch, rather big structural change occurring in these countries as they switch from cotton production to horticulture. Also, the cotton production is still important because these countries develop their own textile industries. And the third issue, the third big problem and very capital intensive is construction of hydro, solar and wind power station in order to substitute hydrocarbon generation. I must tell you that hydro power stations are also important in balancing water supply in the region because the river flow is very uneven during the year. There are big surpluses in summertime when glaciers do give a lot of water, and in winter the water supply is insufficient. And now look at the fourth slide about interconnection between SDGs in Central Asia. Certainly one of the big problems here is clear water and sanitation because the water supply, the water sources in Central Asia historically are heavily polluted by fertilizers and herbicides because during Soviet period there was extensive use of fertilizers in the agriculture. And also some water reservoirs are also heavily polluted. Certainly it's related to health and well-being in the region, one of the biggest problems. Our bank right now is financing big project of water supply from Russia to Kazakhstan, from River Volga to Western Kazakhstan, very big. I think it is some 500 kilometers water channel. It's one of the biggest projects in our bank. Then when we speak about affordable and clean energy, certainly we have a lot to talk about because it certainly influences the climate situation in the region. I must tell you frankly that one of the solutions now is transfer from carbon power generation to natural gas as a provisional source, but also the amount of solar and wind power stations which are under construction in the region is very substantial. I think that in 10 years we can speak about total extermination of coal power production. Well, the nice goal in industry, innovation, infrastructure. These countries have very big fertility rates and its population grows rapidly. All this population cannot be adjusted, cannot be used in agricultural production because the productivity in agriculture is growing rapidly. Thus, these people come to the cities where they need education. They may be used as a workforce on new sectors of industries in infrastructure, and thus it's also a very important issue in reducing inequalities, where certainly are very significant in these countries of Central Asia. In the end of my presentation, let me make a short presentation of EDB. Our paid-up capital is $2 billion and statutory capital $7 billion. The current investment portfolio is $5 billion, and projected portfolio by year 2026 will be $11 billion because we are now growing rather rapidly. Member countries are Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, and Tajikistan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Sergey. And next we have Dr. Regnish from the Ministry of MSME for the Government of India.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'll try to give you a small presentation and insight into what we do in India on the issue of sustainable development goal, the challenges, and the initiatives that we take. So as far as India is concerned, in 2014, we were ranked the 9th largest economy of the world, and today we are the 5th largest economy. India is an aspirational country. The aspiration of India is to be a $5 trillion economy in near future and $10 trillion economy by 2032. So in order to achieve this goal, we need a sustained developmental growth rate of 8%. And this is what we aim at, and we want to drive Indian economy at a growth rate of 8%. So against these aspirations, there are certain commitments that India has taken. For example, India has taken commitment to be a net zero emitter by 2070. Then there are also commitments of reducing our carbon footprints, and there is also a commitment that we have to double the efficiency, the energy efficiency of the Indian economy. Now, when we pitch the Indian aspirations against the commitments that we have taken, as policymakers, we often face this view or a general perception that if an economy has to grow on a high growth path, then it will lead to some detrimental impact on the environment and economy. So what we have done here is we have taken the per capita income of the advanced economies of the world, and we have tried to plot it against the energy efficiency levels. So if we look at these graphs for the advanced economies, we clearly see that there is a declining trend. There is an inverse relationship between per capita income and energy intensity. Basically what it means is, if you tread on a higher growth path, it does not necessarily imply that your energy intensities will increase. This is something that the advanced economies has done, and as far as India is concerned, we are obviously we are above the trend line, and we are aware of this. But we as policymakers in India believe that there is no contradiction between the attainment of high growth rates and the commitments that we have taken to reduce the energy intensities. One of the key factors to reduce energy intensity and yet have a higher economic growth rate is how you can use technologies, how you can use technologies to unlock the potential of every sector in economy. So our focus in times to come is basically on utilizing technology and to attain a higher growth path. And I would also like to speak about the Viksit Bharat call that the Honorable Prime Minister has given. By Viksit Bharat, we mean an advanced India. Basically, the idea is that by end of 2047, which is 100 years of independence, we should be categorized as an advanced economy, and for that there are various steps that are being taken. So as far as MSME sector is concerned, I come from the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. As far as MSME sector is concerned, we contribute about 30% to the national GDP, around 36% to the manufacturing sector, and our contribution of our MSMEs for the products which are reserved for exports, it's about 45%. And MSME sector is the second largest employer after agriculture in India. I wish to talk about the story of the Indian economic resilience. In 2020, when the pandemic happened, the Indian economy was growing at a pace of about 5.5 to 6%. And in the year 2020, the economy took a hit. The resilience of the Indian economy lies in the fact that in 2 years' time, we have been able to turn around the economy. And now the economy is growing at a rate of 7%, and it is expected to grow even further. And we in Ministry of MSME believe that the MSME sector, which contributes 30% to the Indian economy, we also are a part, the MSME sector is also a part of the resilience of the Indian economy. Another fact that I want to share with you is during pandemic, the manufacturing sector and the services sector, they both took a hit. So there was a negative growth. It was only in the agricultural sector that the growth was positive. So agriculture sector is another pillar of resilience of the Indian economy. Now in this slide we have tried to showcase the annual average growth rate of some of the advanced economies. If we look at United States, in last 10 years the economic growth rate was about 2%. Germany grew at a rate of around 1.1%, UK at a rate of 1.6%, and Japan at a rate of 0.7%. If we look at India, the Indian economy grew at a rate of 5.5%. So the point I'm trying to make here is that if you take a near-term average economic growth rate, the resilience of the Indian economy is not only a phenomena that we have seen post-pandemic, it is the inherent resilience of the Indian economy that we believe will be able to take it even further. So MSMEs, as I've mentioned, they are a major contributor to this, and we can see it also from the GST contributions. The tax contributions made by the MSMEs, we again see that resilience being shown. Now, in India, we have various development finance institutions. In fact, we have more than 17 development finance institutions. I have just listed here some of the DFIs. So, in India, the development finance institutions, they basically work in specific sectors. For example, the National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, this primarily works in the agriculture sector. Similarly, SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India, it primarily works for the micro, small and medium industry sector. Exim Bank works on the export side. Now, what we are trying to do in India is we are trying to remove the boundaries. So we believe that when NABARD is funding the agricultural growth and SIDBI is funding the growth of the MSMEs, jointly they should also fund the growth of the MSMEs in the agrarian sector. And the idea here is that when we look at a farmer or we see a farmer, we tend to categorize him as an individual doing agriculture work. In Ministry of MSME, we believe that he is an entrepreneur who's working in the agri sector. And our aim is to handhold this agri entrepreneur to make a transition into an agri enterprise. So if we are able to really make our farmers establish agri enterprises, I think it will further open up the opportunities for them. So I think in all of the countries and the presentations that have been made here, one of the primary constraint for the for growth and development is the availability of credit. So I want to show you through this map that in a period of 10 years, the availability of credit to the MSMEs, it has increased from 10 trillion to 26 trillion. So this is a 2.6x kind of a growth that we have achieved. And we have an organization called CGTMSE, which basically provides the credit guarantee coverage. And if you look at the numbers, so here the amount approved, it has increased from 3.14 trillion, which is the amount that the agency had disbursed in 20 years. And from that, in one financial year alone, which was financial year of 2022, in one single year, it was able to touch 1 trillion amount of credit which was given to the MSMEs. And in financial year 2023, this figure has risen to 2 trillion. So you see these figures, 20 years pitted against one financial year and the other financial year, and we see the growth. So this is the inherent resilience of the Indian economy that I was implying. I think my friend from SIDBI in the previous session has already covered these slides. One point that I want to make here is that whenever we speak of agri-financing or general financing, so we are basically talking of traditional credit-based models. So through these credit-based models, we have been able to extend financing and funds to various stakeholders. But we believe that beyond traditional credit-based financing, we should also focus on equity-based funding. So in Ministry of MSME, we have started something which is called Self-Reliant India Fund, SRI Fund. And this fund is basically for equity investment into small businesses, including the agri-businesses. So we have a corpus of about 50,000 crores through which these equity investments are done in various entities. And we do these equity investments through State Bank of India and a constellation of daughter funds that we have enrolled. And I just want to share one example of how equity financing actually helps unlock the potential for a farming business. So this is one company into which the credit infusion, the equity infusion was made. This company works in the field of hydroponics. So basically they use water and water-based resources and not soil for growing various products. So in their kitty, they have more than 50 products that they grow. They are spread over more than 45 acres of land in Maharashtra. And the beauty about this project is that 70% of their beneficiaries are women. And this project has ended up saving 90% of water, because normally in traditional agricultural practices, a lot of water wastage happens when the irrigation is done. And this graph basically shows, if you look at the blue bars, it shows the revenue the company has generated in last 3 years. So this company was formed in 2014. We did equity investment into this company 2 years ago, and their revenues are going to touch 1.9 billion Indian rupees. So this is what the equity financing can do. So we believe that while we continue to do the traditional credit-based financing of the agri-businesses, we should also focus on equity investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rignesh, for a very thorough presentation. And next, finally, we have Mr. Mark Selby, from Director of Climate Finance from Mekong Strategic Capital.
Thank you. I know I'm the last panelist for the day, so I'll try to keep it short and brief. I'm from Mekong Strategic Capital. We're an investment advisory company headquartered in Cambodia with a focus on climate finance in the banking sector. And today I'll focus my comments primarily on the Cambodia Climate Financing Facility. As been mentioned throughout the presentation today, the Cambodia Climate Financing Facility was recently approved by the Green Climate Fund for $100 million, which will be housed within the Agriculture and Rural Development Bank, offering long-term concessional funding, both to direct green projects, as well as to financial institutions in Cambodia to support them in their ambition in lending to green projects. Importantly, the CCFF is the first national climate financing facility in Asia, capitalized through the Green Climate Fund. And we strongly believe that engaging the domestic banking sector is critical in achieving sustainable development goals and climate change commitments domestically for countries. In Cambodia, the financing sector, banks are the dominant form of financing. So if we were to look at the Cambodian banking sector loan book, and in 2030, we expect that to be around $100 billion in loans outstanding. Working with the domestic banks, if we can transition 10% of those loans to be green loans, we can achieve $10 billion in green lending in Cambodia. A lot of questions are asked of where the money will come from to finance the green transition. The money's sitting in the domestic banking sector. They have the capacity to de-risk green projects, have the risk appetite, but a lot of work is required to support those banks in capacity building and getting them ready for that transition to green loans. So, accessing international climate finance. the image I have up on the screen here is the design for the CCFF. In 2019 MSC, we were engaged by the Cambodian government to do a readiness study with funding from GCF to understand what is the most appropriate design to access climate finance to create a systemic shift towards green lending in the country. One of the critical components of that readiness study, which took place over 18 months, was engaging with ARDB as a neutral policy bank who can work with the commercial banks to bring in the financial sector. So it's not just one fund sitting offshore or one fund lending to a single solar project. It's a national financing facility which will support ARDB in becoming Cambodia's national green bank over time. So that was very important in terms of creating a vehicle which will create that systemic shift in the country. As you can see here, it will be funded by the Green Climate Fund with support from the Ministry of Finance as well and other co-financiers. So the key component there really is lending not only to climate projects, but supporting local banks, de-risking green projects to bring them in and share the benefits of that concessional funding. So part of the GCF readiness study that we undertook with support of the Cambodian government was addressing what are the market failures or what's preventing green projects from receiving financing. And there's really two critical components in Cambodia, and that really is the tenor of loans. One, local banks typically want to lend at 3 to 5 years when green projects need 7 to 12 years. Agriculture projects, typically cash flows don't come on until year 7 or 8. So a 5-year loan is not going to create that, to make that project financially viable. The second really is ticket size. So DFIs who are able to provide that longer tenor lending, look for ticket sizes in excess of 10 to 15 million. Where a domestic vehicle, such as the CCFF, can have ticket sizes, 250 to 2 million, where we see is the big gap in the market, where there's not available financing from banks, where CCFF can play that catalytic role to bring them in, de-risk projects, and support that transition to more green lending in the country. And lastly, one of the key components is supporting the climate impact. So both mitigation and adaptation projects are targeted for financing. And importantly, the key sectors that CCFF will target are aligned to Cambodia's sustainable development goals and climate policies. So through work of pipeline development, we've created an investable pipeline of over 500 million. And that's really targeted on 5 key sectors, such as renewable energy, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture and forestry, low-emission transportation, and water infrastructure. So not only achieving those climate benefits, but also sustainable development goals, clean water, and improvement in livelihoods. With that, I'll close my presentation, but happy to take any further questions.
Hello, thank you. I have lots of questions, but I think I want to open up the floor for any questions from participants in the room. Okay. If not, of course, there's always an opportunity to go to speak directly to our panelists, but maybe I'll have very targeted questions to each of you, starting with Mr. Suzuki from the Development Bank of Japan. From our earlier discussions that we had, Mr. Suzuki, I know that there's many interesting investments that DBJ is doing in food and agriculture, and I know that you're a little bit short of time, so I wanted to give you the opportunity to maybe share with us maybe some other ways that DBJ is helping to mobilize private investments towards achieving the SDGs.
Okay, generally speaking, DFIs, including DBJ,
should actively take risks ahead of private financial institutions. The risks, I mean, the risks here is, for example, providing longer-term loan than private sector, and providing equity capital. And I think that's going to promote private investment, and DBJ always tries to promote investment from private sector by doing so. We have been calling it the cowbell effect since long time ago. Yeah, that's a way of DBJ to promote private sector's investment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suzuki. And Sergey, I would love to ask you a question as well. The Eurasian Development Bank has actually a very unique role, is that it's a regional DFI. And you have very different members with different interests, as you mentioned earlier, and different challenges as well. Can you share with us maybe how does EDB galvanize its different members around common goals, especially around achieving the SDGs?
Okay, thank you very much. You see, there is a big problem for multilateral development banks because it cannot dictate its policies to member countries, for sure. And I must tell frankly that, let's say, 15 years ago, the relations between countries of Central Asia were not very good. And there were a lot of problems, you know, border issues, water issues, but big changes occurred during this period because now there is a new generation of politicians in Central Asia who are more inclined to cooperation. And I would say that relations between countries in Central Asia improved a lot during last decade, and that creates big possibilities for our bank. We don't need much efforts to promote cooperation. Well, anyway, it's still a big issue because all the issues, water supply, energy supply, movement of population, all are maybe painful issues, but there is dialogue between all the countries of the region, and that's very positive.
Thank you so much, and it's really great to hear that countries are naturally coming together and that you're serving as an integrating force. Thank you. My next question is directed towards Dr. Rignesh. You know, it's incredible that you have several DFIs in India, and maybe my question is, how can DFIs, especially in India, better engage, collaborate with maybe governments, NGOs, and the private sector to scale up sustainable finance initiatives and drive progress towards the SDGs?
See, I firmly believe that DPIs, they have been doing a marvelous job by themselves, and they have actually been coordinating with various agencies. But one thing which can really push the matters further is if we are able to adopt digital technologies. And in India, I can tell you that the UPI transactions, if you look at the sheer number of transactions in 1 year, financial year 2023, so total number of UPI transactions were 110 billion in 1 year. And if you look in terms of the money which was exchanged, it was about 182 trillion Indian rupees. So the advent of UPI has created a lot of digital stack, and this digital stack is now used by the MFIs, they are used by the fintechs, and also by the banks. So we believe in Government of India that if a uniform platform is created so that this digital stack is accessed by development finance institutions, the microfinance institutions, also by fintechs, then we will not only be able to expand the reach and depth of our credit, but we will also be able to reduce the cost of credit. Because what happens is, in traditional banking, especially for small ticket size loans, the cost of administering the loan is high, which results in the increase in the cost of interest to the borrower. So with the use of digital stack, I think a lot of banking practices will change, including for the DFIs.
you so much, Dr. Rakesh. And then my final question for Mark is, you spoke a lot about the Cambodia Climate Finance Facility, and it's a very inspiring story as one of the first national climate financing facilities in Asia. For others in the room here who see that as an inspirational model, what tips or advice would you have about how they would set up something similar?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Well, I would preface it by saying it's a long journey, and it takes, I think, a holistic approach from not only engaging the commercial banks in country, supporting capacity building around E&S risk management and building that green lending capability, as well as strong support from government and the development banks and development partners to do thoughtful analysis around what the most appropriate structure and vehicle to deploy financing for the country to have that long-term systemic impact. And then lastly, it's, like I mentioned in the beginning, it's patience and resilience to see it through.
Thank you so much, Mark. And that wraps up our session today. I hope that the participants here got a lot of value from hearing from very different panelists from the different institutions. As we can see that there's different ways to engage, whether from mobilizing private capital to working through partnerships, technologies, to different facilities that can make a real difference in achieving the SDGs. So thank you again for your time. And we look forward to seeing you over dinner. And if you want to speak directly to the participants or panelists here, they're available as well. Thank you again.
Since we have no question from the floor, so please allow me to wrap up the panel discussion for the final topic for today's agenda. Thank you so much for the moderator and the four speakers for a very useful information from your panel discussion. And now it is my honor to invite our guest of honor, Mr. Hussein Ali Alawati, ADFIAP Board Member, Chief Executive Officer, Development Bank, Sultanate of Oman, to come on stage and present the certification of appreciation and the token to the moderator and the speakers. So may I invite the speakers and moderator to step forward a little bit. Thank you. Dear participant, this is the certificate of appreciation and token in terms of the gratitude to our moderator and the speakers who have done a very great panel discussion under the topic Sustainable Development Goals. And this is the final panel discussion for today's agenda. Again, for this session, thank you so much to our moderator, Ms. Anita Young, and our speaker, of the four speakers on stage here. I would like to re-inform you that the token that our presenter presented to our speaker and the moderator is a great Cambodian piece of art. It's about Apsara and it's partially made by gold. Thank you. right, thank you so much. So please step forward for group photo session after you receive the certificate and the token. Thank you. Can I have a group photo with all the moderator, speaker, and the presenter for the certificate of appreciation and token? Thank you, and you may return to your seats. Distinguished guest delegation, ladies and gentlemen, we have gone through the whole agenda for today. Is day one of our 47th ADFIAP annual meeting, which is hosted in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. We found that all the presentation, all the sharing remarks, and also the panel discussion have given a lot of information, as well as sharing more knowledge, update of experience, as well as to encourage all the participants to engage more in our meeting activities. Thank you so much. And now we are coming to the end of the agenda for today, but you are all invited to our welcome dinner, which will be started at 7 p.m. in this hall. So please get yourself a good rest, and please come back at 7:30 p.m. for
Agriculture plays a key role in global and local